Within the space of just a few decades, the term sustainability has made an extraordinary rise to fame, going from the fringes to the mainstream, as it has become one of the defining features of 21st century reality. Today, the term sustainability encompasses a whole paradigm shift to our understanding of the world and our place within it. This new paradigm of sustainability is set to have a fundamental and pervasive effect on how we manage and design systems in the 21st century, as it will affect all aspects of our economy. This short film explores the ongoing transformation in the structure of our economies as a new form of sustainable economy emerges. The environment represents the whole ecosystem that a society depends upon for various services such as water, materials, food, and energy. When we refer to the environment, we are really talking about a combination of natural ecosystem and human economy, what is called a socio-ecological system. The nature of socio-ecological systems has changed fundamentally over the course of human history as we have developed new technologies, institutions, and tapped into new energy sources. The development of the practice of agriculture some 8,000 years ago represented the first fundamental change in this dynamic, as we created systematic processes for harnessing natural resources based around the technology of farming. At this point in history, humans were dispersed across the continents, and the Neolithic Revolution was ongoing. The Neolithic Revolution was a fundamental change in the socio-ecological systems of the time, where the shift from hunting and gathering to agriculture led to permanent settlements, the establishment of social classes, the eventual rise of urban living, and large civilizations. Before the modern era, people were very much aware of their environmental limitations. Interactions within socio-ecological systems were local in nature. The majority of traditional societies are the net result of a long process of coevolution between a group of people and their natural environment, which created strong limitations to what was physically and biologically possible and what was not. The majority of people were small-scale subsistence farmers. Most of the agricultural production was for home consumption. Agricultural techniques were adapted to local environmental conditions. The amount of land that each family could cultivate was limited by the large amount of human or animal labor that was necessary for agriculture. For thousands of years, agrarianism formed the foundations to many civilizations that rose and fell around the world. rise of the modern era some 500 years ago in Europe created the context for a whole new dynamic in the relationship between humans and their natural environment. With a shift from a dominant pre-modern religious vision of the world to a modern scientific view came a whole new way of seeing the natural environment. This new scientific knowledge got directly applied to the engineering of our physical environment, giving rise to the explosive technological change that was the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution that started in the late 1700s represented a radical dislocation between society and the ecosystem. Agriculture changed in Europe when the Industrial Revolution made it possible to use machines instead of human and animal labor for work such as plowing fields and harvesting crops. Starting with mechanization, the chain of effects can be traced through as machines gave farmers the ability to cultivate larger areas of land. Farm sizes and worker productivity increased dramatically as mechanized agriculture is more efficient on a larger scale. The mass of society moved from working the land into the newly industrializing urban centers, where large markets for goods and labor came the new organizational structure prevailing over their daily subsistence, and a new way of life that was divorced from local ecosystems emerged. A major part of this changing dynamic was the harnessing of new energy sources that were greatly more powerful than anything humans had used to fuel their economies before. The large-scale combustion to the energy sources of coal, oil, and gas enabled the transition to new mass manufacturing processes as they shifted from manual to mechanical. These initial changes in technology, economy, society, and ecology set in motion a series of changes, such as increasing economies of scale, commodification, and urbanization that through interconnected feedback loops continues to this day in many countries around the world. Although it is apparent that the Industrial Revolution ushered in an unprecedented global human impact on the planet, it has since been dwarfed by the extraordinary exponential growth of human economic activity that began in the mid-20th century. Many of the processes of change that began with the Industrial Revolution reached a takeoff point in the mid to late 20th century, as almost all indicators for economy and ecosystem started changing at an exponential rate, from population growth to loss of species to energy consumption. This great acceleration of economic activity has given birth to a new geological era that scientists call the Anthropocene, as human industrial activity has become the primary driver of changes within Earth systems. The Anthropocene represents a new form of socio-ecological system, one that is truly global in nature, with an unprecedented scale of alteration to Earth's core systems, such as overall biodiversity, climate, or ocean acidity. After 1950, changes in major Earth systems became directly linked to changes largely related to the global economic system. This is a new phenomenon, a truly profound transformation in our socio-ecological systems, one that we are far from understanding the consequences of. Within the course of just a few decades, we have transitioned from being a small world on a big planet to being a big world on a small planet, an extraordinary transformation. A switch from making limited ad hoc interventions into ecosystems to becoming the primary drivers of change within the biophysical processes of the entire planet. These changes and their potential consequences are being made most explicit to us through the changes in climate that we are currently witnessing. Through human industrial interventions, the feedback mechanisms that stabilize and regulate Earth's systems have been significantly degraded, both within local ecosystems and increasingly on the global level. The breaking of these stabilizing negative feedback loops increases destabilizing positive feedback that makes the system more unstable and thus generates more extreme events, what scientists call global weirding. We have benefited for over 10,000 years, since the beginning of the Holocene, from Earth regulating itself to create an environment conducive for human economic activity. The Anthropocene is a recognition that this stable geological era has ended, that because of human intervention in the biosphere, it can no longer stabilize itself within the same equilibrium that has benefited societies in the past, that the global economy is now the primary driver of change within ecosystems. The name sustainability is derived from the Latin word sustinere, meaning
Selamat datang di Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Unpad.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas Pajajaran berdiri pada tahun 1983 yang pertama kali dipimpin oleh Profesor Dr. Insinyur Jaja Sukanta MSc, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Burhan Arif, Profesor Dr. A. Jaja Saifullah DRS MA, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Mahfud Arifin MS, Profesor Dr. Hendarmawan MSc, Doktoranda Mudianti Rahmatunisa MA PhD, dan saat ini oleh Dr. Med Setiawan sebagai dekan dan wakil dekan Dr. R. Ira Irawati MSI. mengembangkan dan memantapkan program pascasarjana dalam menghasilkan magister dan doktor yang memiliki keunggulan profesional.
Sekolah pascasarjana mempunyai keunikan karena mengelola berbagai program studi multi dan transdisiplin. Hal ini tentu sejalan dengan luaran pendidikan yang diharapkan pada jenjang magister dan doktor untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang mempunyai kemampuan berpikir, bekerja sama, memimpin, dan mensolusikan berbagai tantangan dan permasalahan melalui pendekatan multi dan transdisiplin.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Unpad ikut mendukung visi Unpad bermanfaat dan mendunia dengan menyelenggarakan program akademik yang menjawab berbagai tantangan nasional dan global. Penelitian yang dilaksanakan oleh para mahasiswa sesuai roadmap program studi telah menghasilkan kontribusi dalam berbagai bidang. Sebagai contoh, di era COVID-19, penelitian bioteknologi telah menghasilkan inovasi yang digunakan secara luas untuk screening. Tantangan pandemi COVID-19 di berbagai sektor, termasuk pariwisata, juga menjadi concern riset pariwisata berkelanjutan. Isu lingkungan dan keberlanjutan yang masih menjadi tantangan global senantiasa menjadi fokus riset pada program studi ilmu lingkungan, ilmu keberlanjutan, dan manajemen sumber daya hayati. Sementara itu, kebijakan berbasis bukti pada suatu kawasan tertentu menjadi fokus utama riset program studi inovasi regional.
Keberadaan program pascasarjana sangatlah penting dalam mewujudkan eksistensi sebuah universitas di dunia akademis. Hal ini sangatlah disadari dan dicoba diwujudkan dalam visi program pascasarjana Universitas Padjadjaran. Program studi pascasarjana Unpad terdiri dari Doktor Bioteknologi, Doktor Ilmu Lingkungan, Magister Inovasi Regional, Magister Manajemen Sumber Daya Hayati, Magister Ilmu Bioteknologi, Magister Ilmu Lingkungan, Magister Ilmu Berkelanjutan, Magister Pariwisata Berkelanjutan.
Dokter Ilmu Lingkungan di Unpad didirikan untuk mencetak sarjana-sarjana S3 atau doktor dengan kemampuan filosofis di dalam menyelesaikan masalah-masalah lingkungan hidup dan juga pembangunan berkelanjutan, serta memiliki kemampuan mengembangkan, mengelola, dan juga mengaplikasikan riset-riset yang terkait dengan lingkungan hidup dengan pendekatan yang inter dan transdisipliner untuk kemaslahatan masyarakat baik tingkat nasional, regional, dan juga internasional.
Program studi bioteknologi didukung oleh dosen dan peneliti yang mempunyai reputasi di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Program studi bioteknologi didukung oleh berbagai pusat studi, pusat penelitian, dan pusat unggulan yang ada di lingkungan Universitas Padjadjaran.
Program studi Magister Ilmu Lingkungan hadir sebagai jawaban dari tantangan-tantangan pembangunan berkelanjutan. Bersama di University of Twente, kurikulum Magister Ilmu Lingkungan dibangun secara komprehensif dan holistik. Untuk meningkatkan competitiveness dan daya saing dari lulusan, Magister Ilmu Lingkungan telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai mitra internasional, baik itu dalam riset maupun double degree, diantaranya adalah University of Twente dan juga MIA University, juga dengan mitra-mitra internasional lainnya.
Pariwisata berkelanjutan adalah pariwisata yang mengundang semua pihak, terutama anggota masyarakat, untuk mengelola sumber daya dengan cara memenuhi kebutuhan ekonomi, sosial, dan estetika sambil memastikan keberlanjutan budaya lokal, habitat alam, keanekaragaman hayati, dan sistem pendukung penting lainnya.
Program Pascasarjana Unpad dalam penyelenggaraan programnya menjalin kerjasama dengan pihak-pihak lain di luar universitas, baik dengan perguruan tinggi negeri dan swasta dalam dan luar negeri, maupun instansi pemerintahan. Antara lain kerjasama dalam 1. Menyelenggarakan program studi, 2. Pengiriman mahasiswa, 3. Bantuan pengajar, dan kerjasama penelitian.
Manajemen sumber daya hayati adalah salah satu program studi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Unpad yang berbasis multidisiplin. Jadi di program studi kami melakukan kajian 3 hal pokok atau tiga hal utama yang sedang kita kaji sampai saat ini adalah pertama adalah bio-based ekonomi, yang kedua adalah bioprospecting, Yang ketiga adalah bioremediation. Jadi ketiga hal ini kita menata kelola sumber daya hayati dari tanaman, ternak, hewan, ikan, dan biota perspektif lainnya, termasuk juga wildlife untuk kesejahteraan bersama.
Program studi Sustainability Science dimaksudkan untuk mengubah perspektif masyarakat dalam memahami interaksi manusia dan lingkungan dalam konteks keberlanjutan. Program studi Sustainability Science diharapkan menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki pola berpikir holistik, mampu menerapkan pendekatan transdisiplin, dan mengapresiasi keberagaman.
Selamat datang di program studi Magister Inovasi Regional disingkat MIR, Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas Padjadjaran. Keunikan dari prodi MIR karena menerapkan proses pembelajaran dengan blended learning yang memadukan kegiatan pembelajaran, riset, dan pengabdian pada masyarakat berdasarkan kebutuhan di lapangan yang dikaji secara multidisiplin agar terbentuk suatu sistem inovasi regional yang melibatkan kolaborasi antar pemangku kebijakan.
Beberapa perguruan tinggi luar negeri yang telah bekerja sama antara lain dengan University of Marburg dan Bochum, Jerman, Zensee, Belanda, Osaka University, Jepang, Kentucky and Berkeley, USA, Monash, Australia, serta UKM dan UPM Malaysia.
Melihat kompleksitas permasalahan dan tantangan masa kini dan masa depan yang semakin berkembang, maka pilihan untuk meningkatkan kapasitas diri dan juga lembaga di Sekolah Pascasarjana Unpad adalah suatu keputusan yang tepat. Berpikir dan bertindak multi dan transdisiplin adalah kompetensi utama insani di era society 5.0. So, mengapa tidak kita bergabung di Sekolah Pascasarjana Unpad?
Berawal dari 1972, Pusat Unggulan Lingkungan dan Ilmu Keberlanjutan atau PULIK didirikan dengan keputusan Rektor Universitas Padjadjaran pada tanggal 23 September 1972. Pusat Unggulan Lingkungan dan Ilmu Keberlanjutan atau PULIK merupakan nama baru dari Pusat Penelitian Sumber Daya Alam dan Lingkungan yang pada awal pendiriannya bernama Lembaga Ekologi. Perubahan nama Lembaga Ekologi merupakan konsekuensi penerapan Peraturan Pemerintah Nomor 5 Tahun 1980 tentang pokok-pokok organisasi, universitas atau institut negeri. Sesuai dengan keputusan Rektor Universitas Padjadjaran tanggal 16 September 1983, nama Lembaga Ekologi diubah menjadi Pusat Penelitian Sumber Daya Alam dan Lingkungan atau PPSDAL. Kemudian pada tahun 2018, PPSDAL berubah menjadi salah satu pusat unggulan di Universitas Padjadjaran dengan SK Rektor tentang pembentukan Pusat Unggulan Inter and Transdisciplinary Research on Environment and Sustainability Science, yang kemudian selanjutnya disebut dengan Pusat Unggulan Lingkungan dan Ilmu Keberlanjutan atau PULIK atau Center for Environment and Sustainability Science atau CESS. Pusat Unggulan Lingkungan dan Ilmu Keberlanjutan atau Center for Environment and Sustainability Science merupakan lembaga yang mengembangkan kajian lingkungan dan ilmu keberlanjutan yang bersifat inter dan transdisiplin serta menyebarluaskan pengetahuan untuk pembangunan keberlanjutan. Secara umum, sejak berdiri sampai saat ini, program atau kegiatan PULIK dapat dikelompokkan menjadi 16 tema besar, yaitu ekologi dan sumber daya air, pendidikan lingkungan, limbah dan pencemaran, keanekaragaman hayati ekosistem terestrial alami dan buatan, pengelolaan SDALH, energi dan sumber daya mineral, pengembangan wilayah dan tata ruang, pembangunan berkelanjutan, sosial, HSE dan ekotoksikologi, pemerintahan, pesisir dan kelautan, pertanian, perikanan dan peternakan, pengelolaan DAS, dan perdagangan dan pariwisata. Dalam mengemban tugas untuk menghadapi berbagai persoalan lingkungan dan menerapkan konsep pembangunan yang berkelanjutan, Pulik sudah melakukan berbagai program atau kegiatan baik pada skala lokal, regional, nasional, maupun internasional. Pulik menyediakan fasilitas penelitian dan laboratorium untuk mahasiswa S1, S2, dan S3 dari berbagai universitas di Indonesia dan negara lain. Tidak hanya itu, Pulik juga memiliki perpustakaan serta greenhouse. Pulik bekerja sama dengan berbagai lembaga nasional dan internasional untuk menawarkan latihan dan program pascasarjana dan doktor bagi stafnya di dalam dan di luar negeri. Pusat Unggulan Lingkungan dan Ilmu Keberlanjutan atau Center for Environment and Sustainability Science hadir sebagai program Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi Indonesia.
Conference etiquette. All participants, please keep your mic muted during the event unless invited to turn them on. Example, in Q&A session. During the conference, all participants please turn on your camera and please fill out the attendance list and Q&A list that will be shared in the chat box through the available link. For Q&A session, the committee will pick the question based on the Q&A list and question asked directly. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope you are doing well amidst all the change and challenge happen. My name is Dwi Putri Handayani and it is my pleasure to welcome you to today's hybrid conference, the International Colloquium on Youth, Environment and Sustainability 2023, the future of the production system in the globalized world. At Zoom and live in Graduate School, Building Universitas Pajajaran, Bandung. This event is brought to you by the Center for Environment and Sustainability Science, together with the Faculty of Graduate School Pajajaran University. And before we start this event, I'd like to thank you for joining us. Welcome to the Honorable Professor Dr. Anda Ira Irawati as the Vice Dean of Graduate School Pajajaran University, the Honorable Professor Parikesit MSc PhD as the Head of PUI PT CHES, the Honorable Keynote Speaker Dr. Andes Herman Suryatman MSc as the Regent of Sumedang Regency, West Java, Indonesia, the Honorable Invited Speaker Professor Arif Ansari Yusuf, Dr. Osamu Saito, Dr. Luciana Fukimoto Itikawa, Dr. Gemilang Lara Utama, Dr. Deepak Kumar Verma, and Dr. Cristino L. Tiburan GR. And last but not least, to the honorable guests and audiences from online and offline. And you can also see or access this webinar from the InfoChess YouTube channel, INFO-CESS. And all blessed audiences, let's begin today's event by listening to the National Anthem of Republik Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly stand up. Thank you very much and please have a seat. And next, to kick off today's event, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Ira Irawati as the Vice Dean of Graduate School Pajajaran University to deliver her welcoming remark. To Professor Dr. Ira Irawati, please, the time is yours.
and gentlemen, Honorable Regent of Sumedang, Dr. Andes Herman Suryatman, MSI, Professor from SDG Center Universitas Pajajaran Indonesia, Professor Arif Ansori Yusuf, Principal Policy Researcher Institute for Global Environment Strategies Japan, Dr. Osamu Saitu, Associate Professor, University of Sao Paulo, Brazil, Dr. Luciana Kimoto Itikawa, Researcher, Universitas Pajajaran Indonesia, Dr. Gemilang Lara Utama, Researcher, Indian Institute Technology of Kharagpur, India, Dr. Deepak Kumar Verma, Researcher, University of the Philippines, Los Banos, Philippines, Dr. Cristiano L. Tiburan Jr. My colleagues and these students, on behalf of the Dean of Graduate School Universitas Pajajaran, I'm honored to welcome you to International Colloquium on Youth, Environment, and Sustainability 2023. Today marks a pivotal moment as we gather to address the pressing issues that define our generation responsibility to the planet. Our commitment to fostering dialogue, collaboration, and innovation is reflected in the unique platform. Until today, we received more than 200 participants from 20 institutions and universities from 6 countries. We also received 43 abstracts for both oral presentation and poster. The youth with their dynamism and passion are the driving force behind transformative change. This colloquium serves as a nexus for interdisciplinary discussion, bringing together experts, activists, and visionaries to explore solutions that bridge generation and transcend borders. Our shared goal is to forge a sustainability path forward, recognizing the intrinsic link between youth empowerment, environmental stewardship, and global sustainability. I encourage you to engage actively, exchange ideas, and inspire one another. Let this event be a catalyst for meaningful action to our collective dedication to a harmonious coexistence with our planet. Together, let us chart a course toward a brighter, more sustainability future. Thank you for your commitment to this crucial endeavor.
Thank you very much to Professor Ira for the welcoming remark. Next, to bless today's conference, we will chant prayer that will be recited by Mr. Anas Dwi Trimalik. To Mr. Anas, please, the time is yours.
In the name of Allah, the All-Merciful and All-Compassionate, all praise belong to Allah, Lord of the worlds. O Allah, we ask you for, by your mercy, which embraces all things, and by your strength, through which you dominate all things, we come to you this day, asking for your blessing and help, as we are gathered together in the International Colloquium on Youth, Environment, and Sustainability. O Allah, we ask you for your tremendousness, which has filled all things, and by your knowledge, which encompasses all things, grant us wisdom to understand that every single creature the birds, the insects, and the beasts are ummah that serve specified roles in this earth, as you say in the Holy Quran. Grant us proficiency and cleverness to keep all the species and their services so that the prosperity would be sustained. Give us intelligence to play our roles as the successive authority upon the earth, as you say. We pray for guidance in the matters at hand. Give us the desire to find ways to excel in our work. Help us to work together and encourage each other to excellence. My Lord, grant me wisdom and join me with the righteous. Bless me with honorable mention among later generations. Make we one of those awarded the garden of bliss. Amen.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ranas, for the prayer. And next, our agenda is our main event, which we are waiting for, the keynote speech from our keynote speaker, Dr. Andes Herman Suryatman, MSI, as the Regent of Sumedang Regency, West Java, Indonesia. Please let me introduce our keynote speaker first. All right, our keynote speaker. Is a GovTech Global Forum, Governance in Digital Era, Washington, D.C., from the World Bank, and Digital Capacity Building Program for Civil Servant at Local Government Official Development Institute in Korea, and it was certified. And the latest achievement is first best regional secretary in leading change and influencer at the 2022 Digital Leadership Government Award from the Minister of Home Affairs and Chair of the Indonesian Provincial Governance Association, or ASCOMC. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Andes Herman Suryatman. Okay, before we start to our keynote speaker session, we would like to show you the video about Sumedang Regency, that part of the material of our keynote speaker. And here is the video, please enjoy.
Sudah beberapa bulan, aku di rumah saja. Pandemi ini tidak hanya menimbulkan korban jiwa, tapi berdampak pada semua bidang kehidupan.
Di tengah ketidakpastian kapan pandemi COVID-19 ini akan berakhir, pemerintah mulai berbenah menyiapkan aturan terkait dengan pola kenormalan baru atau new normal. Nah, para ahli memprediksi dampak kenormalan baru ini akan berpengaruh pada segala sektor, dan untuk mendukungnya, masyarakat diminta untuk beradaptasi.
Diam dan rebahan saja tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah. Aku harus bergerak, mengubah gagasan menjadi karya, dan menyampaikannya pada dunia. Aku akan mulai dari diri sendiri, dari sekarang, dari kota ini. Kota yang telah menemaniku tumbuh hingga memahami arti sebuah perjuangan. Sumedang, kota ini bukan sekedar tahu, tapi lebih dari itu. Kota kecil dengan sejuta cerita dan peluang. Kota ini menyimpan jejak-jejak budaya di tiap sudutnya. Keindahan yang membentang dari ujung ke ujung, hingga keramahan warga di setiap tempat yang aku kunjungi. Dan perkembangan teknologi pun membuat Sumedang terus bebenah, bertumbuh, dan bergerak maju. Perjalanan ini membuka mataku lebih lebar, bahwa masih banyak keindahan di kota ini yang menarik untuk aku jelajahi. Banyak ruang bagiku untuk berkontribusi. Sedikit demi sedikit, kota kecilku bertransformasi ke arah yang lebih baik, serta semakin siap berkolaborasi dan bersinergi dengan berbagai pihak. Semoga langkah kecil ini mengawali citaku untuk memajukan kota ini. Kota yang selalu menghadirkan simpati menjadi inspirasi. Dari Sumedang, untuk Indonesia.
Sumedang adalah salah satu kota yang amat kaya akan budaya dan destinasi wisata terindah di Nusantara. Hamparan sawah yang menghijau, mata air yang jernih, gunung Tampomas nan gagah, dan sumber kekayaan alam lainnya yang melimpah, bukti nyata mahakarya Sang Pencipta. Tersenyum menikmati pagi, menghela udara lepas, seakan alam berbisik cantik menyapa kita. Kota kecil dengan sejuta cinta dan cerita. Di sini banyak tersimpan catatan sejarah yang sangat luar biasa dari zaman Pajajaran hingga sekarang. Resep kuliner warisan leluhur melebur menjadi satu bagian cita rasa yang unik untuk dinikmati. Tahu Sumedang, siapa yang tidak mengenalnya? Makanan khas penggugah selera yang terkenal hingga mancanegara, membuat siapapun ingin mencicipinya. Opak odet, ubi cilembu, mangga gincu, sawo sukatali adalah makanan tropis Sumedang yang tidak ada bandingannya. Alunan musik dan tarian khas Parahyangan serta berbagai tinggalan budaya Sunda menjadikan Sumedang sebagai pusat budaya Sunda. Atraksi seni pertunjukan serta berbagai event kelas dunia kini tersaji di Sumedang. West Java Paragliding World Championship sebagai ajang kejuaraan dunia para layang terbesar dan terlengkap di dunia, digelar setiap tahunnya di Sumedang. Sumedang sangat mudah dijangkau. Tol Cisumdawu menembus bumi Sumedang, membentang Bandung Metropolitan Area menuju kawasan Cirebon Metropolitan Area. Untuk mereguk keindahan Sumedang, hanya 30 menit saja dari Bandara Internasional Kertajati dan tidak lebih dari 2 jam dari Pelabuhan Laut Patimban. Kawasan ekonomi khusus pariwisata Jati Gede kini tengah dipacu untuk diwujudkan. Potensi wisata dan daya tarik Jati Gede akan tampil mempesona jagat maya. Bukan hanya sekedar memantik investasi pariwisata, tapi lebih dari itu, mengungkit segenap potensi dahsyat Sumedang menuju world class destination. Di sini, di kota Sumedang, kurasakan surganya kehidupan. Sumedang, Paradise on Java. Ini Sumedangku, Indonesiaku. Jelajahi Sumedang.
A wonderful Indonesia.
Berawal dari 1972, Pusat Unggulan Lingkungan dan Ilmu Keberlanjutan atau PULIK didirikan dengan keputusan Rektor Universitas Pajajaran pada tanggal 23 September 1972. Pusat Unggulan Lingkungan dan Ilmu Keberlanjutan atau PULIK merupakan nama baru dari Pusat Penelitian Sumber Daya Alam dan Lingkungan yang pada awal pendiriannya bernama Lembaga Ekologi. Perubahan dengan SK Rektor tentang pembentukan Pusat Unggulan Inter and Transdisciplinary Research on Environment and Sustainability Science, yang kemudian selanjutnya disebut dengan Pusat Unggulan Lingkungan dan Ilmu Keberlanjutan atau PULIK, atau Center for Environment and Sustainability Science atau CESS. Pusat Unggulan Lingkungan dan Ilmu Keberlanjutan atau Center for Environment and Sustainability Science merupakan lembaga yang mengembangkan kajian lingkungan dan ilmu keberlanjutan yang bersifat inter dan transdisiplin serta menyebarluaskan pengetahuan untuk pembangunan keberlanjutan. Secara umum, sejak berdiri sampai saat ini, program atau kegiatan PULIK dapat dikelompokkan menjadi 16 tema besar, yaitu ekologi dan sumber daya air, pendidikan lingkungan, limbah dan pencemaran, keanekaragaman hayati ekosistem terestrial alami dan buatan, pengelolaan SDALH, energi dan sumber daya mineral, pengembangan wilayah dan tata ruang, pembangunan berkelanjutan, sosial, HSE dan ekotoksikologi, pemerintahan, pesisir dan kelautan, pertanian, perikanan dan peternakan, pengelolaan DAS, dan perdagangan dan pariwisata. Dalam mengemban tugas untuk menghadapi berbagai persoalan lingkungan dan menerapkan konsep pembangunan yang berkelanjutan, PULIK sudah melakukan berbagai program atau kegiatan baik pada skala lokal, regional, nasional, maupun internasional. PULIK menyediakan fasilitas penelitian dan laboratorium untuk mahasiswa S1, S2, dan S3 dari berbagai universitas di Indonesia dan negara lain. Tidak hanya itu, PULIK juga memiliki perpustakaan serta greenhouse. PULIK bekerja sama dengan berbagai lembaga nasional dan internasional untuk menawarkan latihan dan program pascasarjana dan doktor bagi stafnya di dalam dan di luar negeri. Pusat Unggulan Lingkungan dan Ilmu Keberlanjutan atau Center for Environment and Sustainability Science hadir sebagai program Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi Indonesia.
Okay, I'm so sorry for the inconvenience. Let's start our conference and let me reintroduce our keynote speaker first. This is Dr. Andes Herman Suryatman, MSc, as the region of Sumedang Regency, West Java Province, Indonesia. He was studied in 1992 at School of Home Affairs Governance, or IPDN. In 1999, in Institute of Home Affairs Governance in Faculty of Government Politics. In 2003, as the Master of Government Science in Universitas Pajajaran. And the latest training in these years is the GovTech Global Forum Governance in Digital Era in Washington, D.C. that held by the World Bank, and Digital Capacity Building Program for Civil Servant as Local Governance Official Development Issues in Korea, and it was certified. And the latest achievement is the first Best Regional Secretary in Leading Change and Influencer at the 2022 Digital Leadership Government Award from the Minister of Home Affairs and Chair of the Indonesian Provincial Governments Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Andes Herman Suryatman. Hello.
Hello,
Mr.
good
Herman,
morning.
hello, how
Yes.
are you?
Fine, and how are you?
All right, I would hand over this platform to you.
Okay. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like introduce myself. My name is Herman Suryatman, Regent of Sumedang Regency. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here today at this wonderful moment. It is such an honor for me to speak on behalf of the Sumedang Regency government. Let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to the International Colloquium on Youth, Environment and Sustainability 2023. Before we get started, I would like to express my appreciation to Pajajaran University, especially Ibu Prof. Rina Indiastuti, Director, for inviting me to attend this event. We also convey our respect to all academics, presenters, and audience who attended this event. Sumedang Regency is one of the regions in West Java Province that has potential in the agricultural sector and other bioproduction system. Generally, climatology, hydrology, and ecology in Sumedang Regency supporting the sector. Some important and superior commodities in Sumedang are rice, cilembus with potatoes, gedong gincu, mangoes, coffee, and other various of fruits and vegetables. Therefore, the agricultural sector is put forward as a support for a regional economic in Sumedang Regency. In the Regional Spatial Plan of Sumedang Regency 2018 until 2038, it is stated that the purpose of spatial planning of Sumedang Regency is to realize agribusiness areas. Okay, bioproduction is a sector that makes a large contribution to Sumedang economy. However, since 2019, manufacturing has overtaken it as the largest contributor. Natural resources, including bioproduction ecosystem, support tourism in Sumedang Regency. That is a Sumedang tourism icon, like Liberty Tower in New York, like Eiffel Tower in Paris. The name is Tower Kujang Sapasang. Yeah, Kujang Sapasang. Next. Development targets. Natural resources, including bioproduction system, must be the driving force for realizing the welfare. There are 6 main performance indicators that are an indication of welfare, namely Human Development Index, poverty percentage, and employment rate, economic growth, Gini ratio, and GRDP per capita. Basic indicators are very dependent on the bioproduction system. You can see in that tables. Next. Okay. Bioproduction development challenges. The challenges for sustainable bioproduction in Sumedang Regency are disaster factor and climate change, with average annual rainfall on 2,517 millimeters. Landslides are the most common disaster, especially during the La Nina phenomenon. Meanwhile, during the El Nino phenomenon, the bioproduction system is vulnerable to drought. On the other hand, the bioproduction system being a pocket of poverty. The number of full people in the agriculture, fisheries, and forestry sector is more than 4 times higher than in the trade and construction sector. You can see in the graph. Next. Okay, vulnerability and risk mapping to determine program intervention priorities. To reduce bioproduction losses, especially in the agricultural sector due to disaster risk, the Sumedang Regency government carried out HAJA, vulnerability and adaptive capacity mapping with the following variable component. Vulnerability map based on the result of the vulnerability analysis can be seen on the map that most of the Sumedang area is vulnerable to landslide and drought. This vulnerability is greatly influenced by infrastructure factor and socio-economic problems in the agriculture sector. Okay, planning and budgeting. The result of analysis above will produce a number of programs and activities aimed at reducing vulnerability and risk due to hydrometeorological disaster and the agricultural sector, which is infrastructure, technology and digitalization, environment conservation, government social assistance, education and training, and the last one, community empowerment. Yeah, priorities for planning and budgeting, and then for resilient and sustainability agriculture. Next. The Sumedang Regency government needs collaboration with various parties to build a resilient and sustainable agriculture and another bioproduction sector. The name is pentahelic approach. Yeah, media, government, community, business, and academic. Okay, closing the remarks. The government of Sumedang Regency really appreciate this activity as a contribution from academic and researcher in developing a resilient and sustainable bioproduction system for Sumedang Regency. And the government of Sumedang Regency challenge academics, researchers, and participants who are present today to continue their research in Sumedang Regency. However, this research can be continued with the real action of massive social economic movement in bioproduction system by community empowerment, technological engineering, at the national and international levels. And finally, the government of Sumedang Regency hope that the 2025 International Colloquium can be held in Sumedang Regency. And we are ready to host it. Okay, thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to our keynote speaker for the wonderful presentation. And now I will invite Professor Ira Irawati as the Vice Dean of Graduate School Pajajaran University to pass the certificate of appreciation for our keynote speaker. To Professor Ira, please, the time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Bapak Bupati, for being our research partner. Thank you very much. This is virtual certification for you, Pak Bupati.
Thank you, Prof. Ira.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ira. And now we will hold the photo session for cherish this moment. We are going to take picture together. To all audiences, please kindly turn on your camera. And we were going to take the documentation. Okay. Please turn on your camera and smile. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we are done. Thank you so much for your participation. And next, we would like to show you the video of our Asia program in Sumedang Regency. Please enjoy.
Thank you, Prof. Ira. I have been nice sharing with you in this morning. Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Dr.
Thank you
Andes
for attending.
Herman. That's the video. And to refresh our morning before we come to our next first plenary session, let us do the ice breaking first. And we like to show you about and the ice breaking. We will have 3 prizes for 3 lucky winner, and each person we will send you 100,000 rupiahs of GoPay to your number if you win this section. And I will show you random alphabet here, and you can arrange the alphabet into a word based on the clue that's shown in the presentation. And please answer as fast as possible in the chat room, and the fastest and the most answer person will win the prize. Okay. Are you ready, guys? Okay. We are ready. The ice breaking number 1. Writing media. What is the word? The paper. Wow, you're so excited to answer this. Thank you very much for your participation. Yes, the answer is paper. Okay, we come to number 2. Paper. Number 2 is footwear. Wow, they already so much person that answer. And the answer is shoe. Okay, we come to number 3. Cooler. Wow, we have so much alphabet here. Please arrange into a word. Something that cool things. That could cooler some things. Yes, and the answer is refrigerator. Okay, great. Thank you so much for your excitement. And next, the next question is immune system. What is the answer? Wow, everybody's so smart. And the answer is antibody. Right. Next question. Can release larva. What can release larva? Okay. The answer is volcanoes. Next question. Known to many people. Yeah, and the answer is famous. Okay, next. Land and sea boundaries. What is it? Let's go, guys. You can win 100,000 rupees. Go pay here. And the answer is beach. Okay, next question. Cutlery. Let's go. Only for 3 lucky winner. Yes, and the answer is chopstick. Okay, next. And that's the final question. We will see based on the chat box who's the faster winner, and we will directly chat you in the chat room later to ask for your number. Thank you so much for the participation.
Jadi tempat ini selama 1 dan 2 hari besok akan menjadi tempat utama kita belajar bersama. Kita sekarang sudah berada di sebuah lokasi yang walurat ya, istilahnya dalam bahasa Inggris. Walurat itu apa adanya lah gitu, tempatnya seperti begini adanya. Silakan dinikmati, enak nggak enak, bagus nggak bagus, karena memang kita berangkat bukan dari sesuatu yang sifatnya artifisial, tapi lebih bagaimana kita justru lebih dekat kepada natural.
Okay, I'm so sorry for the inconvenience again. And I will announce you it's the winner of our 100,000 rupiahs GoPay. The three lucky winner is Muhammad Ihsan. The second is Mutiara Nur Hafsah and Krishna Sijabat. Congratulations. Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the next agenda. We come to the first plenary session that will be led by our moderator, Mr. Kevin Muhammad Lukman, PhD. But first, let me introduce our moderator first. Mr. Kevin Muhammad Lukman, PhD, as the lecturer at Environmental Science Graduate School Unpad. He was studied in 2010 as Bachelor of Environmental Engineering at Institute Teknologi Bandung, and in 2019 as Master of Environmental Studies at Tohoku University, and in 2018 as PhD of Environmental Studies at Tohoku University. And he's specializing in socio-environmental studies, particularly on ecosystem services and community perception. And the research field and interest involve coastal ecosystem of mangrove and seagrass, land use change, community-based conservation, and sustainable tourist development. Okay, please welcome Mr. Kevin Muhammad Lukman.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first plenary session of this International Colloquium on Youth, Environment, and Sustainability. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kevin Muhammad Lukman, and I will act as the moderator for this first plenary session. And before we start this plenary session, allow me to introduce several prominent speakers that already joined us with here today. The first one, we have Dr. Luciana Fukimoto Itikawa. Are you here with us, Dr. Luciana?
Yes, I am.
Yes, thank you. Allow me to read some of your profile first. So Dr. Luciana here, she's an associate researcher at the Institute of Advanced Studies of the University of Sao Paulo, Brazil. And previously, she also played the role as a board of directors in the Women in Informal Employment Globalizing and Organizing, as well as playing a key role as the head of research group on geographic information systems on urban planning. Dr. Luciana also had a position as a project coordinator previously to European Commission project, as well as an urban planner on master plan at Policy Institute. Well, once again, thank you for coming in this conference, Dr. Luciana. And our second speaker here already with us as well, Professor Arif Ansori Yusuf. Are you here with us now, Professor Arif? All right, while waiting for Professor Arif, Let me read quickly some of his profile. So Professor Arif graduated as a PhD in economics in the Australian National University, and he now held a position as a professor of economics in the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Pajajaran. Professor Arif also is the chairman of the Council of Professors in Universitas Pajajaran, and he had a ton of experience as a consultant, for example, in the Asia Development Bank for a project of study on SDGs Roadmap 2030, as well as a project in the study on Indonesian economic transformation 2045. Professor Arif also had so many publications for both book and scientific articles. And one of his latest recent publication in a book chapter with the title of Great Gatsby and the Global South, Intergenerational Mobility, Income Inequality and Development, published by Cambridge University Press. And with that, we also have our third speaker with us here now. That is Dr. Osamu Saito. Are you here with us now, Dr. Osamu? All right. While waiting for Dr. Osamu, I'm also going to read quickly some of his profile. Dr. Osamu finished his education as PhD of Agricultural Science in the United Graduate School of Agricultural Science, Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. And Dr. Osamu is an expert in the field of biodiversity and ecosystem services, and he has been working on the interlinkages between ecological, human, and social systems through sustainability science approach. Dr. Osamu has vast research experience, including socio-ecological studies on the ecosystem services provided by traditional rural production in several sites, for example, in Satoyama, Japan, as well as in multiple Asian countries and sub-Sahara Africa. Dr. Osamu is now also active in promoting various activities for IPBS as a lead author of both regional and global assessment. And also Dr. Osamu holds a prominent position as a managing editor of the Sustainability Science Journal under Springer Nature since 2011. All right, now for this first plenary session, I will explain quickly some of this rule for this session. So first, we will have a presentation from our three invited speakers. First from Dr. Luciana, followed by Professor Arif, and then by Dr. Osamu. Each of you has about 20 minutes time for presentation. And then after all of you already finish your presentation, then we'll move on to the Q&A section. Probably around 15 minutes we have time for that session. So for all of the participants, please take note. And if you want to write some question, you can put it in the chat box. And don't forget to also write down your question and to who the question is for. And with that, let's start with the presentation from Dr. Luciana. Dr. Luciana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Good evening for here in Brazil. And well, I have my presentation. Let's see if I can share the presentation. Please let me know if everything is okay. Can you see?
Not yet. All right, it's starting now. Okay.
But it's a full screen presentation.
Not yet, but we can already see our screen now, but it's not full screen yet.
Sorry. Let me try again. I'm in my screen sharing mode. Can you Can you see the screen?
Yeah, but it's not full screen yet, unfortunately. So it's kind of hard for us to see.
Well,
Excuse me, Professor Luciana. It's me,
okay.
Gilang. Maybe we can help you to share the presentation and you can
Yeah,
do.
thanks. Thank you
Maybe.
very much. So yeah, you can start with the cover slide.
All right.
Is it okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the International Colloquium staff for the whole organization and for my Indonesian project colleagues at the University of Padjadjaran and its academic community, the lecturers on the table, and compliment my colleagues on the table, and also my INSWA colleagues for the permanent learning. The second slide is the index, and I divided my presentation first with our project concepts. Second, our project research tools, the living labs, and how they have been developed in Brazil. And third, I will mention how heritage component is an important element for sustainable cities. At last, I will show some tools in an international and local context that can prove how urban agriculture as heritage are an important strategy for urban planning. Yeah, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Can you add next one? Yes. Yeah, next, please. Yeah, first of all, our project took as a literature reference how heritage is understood in agriculture by United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization and the UNESCO from the definition globally important agriculture heritage systems called GIAS that connects not only genetic heritage, but also how local traditional organizations, culture, and value systems are strategic for an ecological perspective. That's the main concept, the main definition for our project called Integrated Study in Urban Agriculture as Heritage, called INSWA. Another methodological aspect is the way that we do research, that is co-production concept. And this is a multi-stakeholder environment with a range of perspectives and a bottom-up process. Next one, please. Yeah, we also have done living labs in a multi-scholar perspective. We have done in local, regional, and national scales, as you can see in the following slides. The other important concept that our project have pursued is the multi-actor or multi-stakeholder. And from this the concept, we adopted 3 strategies. First, we understand the farmer's protagonism in a very important component that we build knowledge from bottom to up, including especially the indigenous, the native indigenous, and the Afro-descendants farmers. Second strategy is how we include practitioners' diverse perceptions. We include in our living labs public officials, social movements, NGOs, and agroecology professionals. And among agroecology professionals, we include not only urban agriculture expertise people, but also ethnobotanic, food security, urban planning, heritage, agroecology, and applied social sciences professionals. So this is a very transdisciplinary approach. Next one, please. Yeah. Here, I would like to introduce the location of the city of São Paulo, which is our location, the University of São Paulo, not only geographically, but also symbolically, how our countries of the Global South have specific historical context that need special approach. São Paulo City is located in the Latin America, of course, but in the southeast part of Brazil, and we chose two different peripheries in the city of São Paulo: the East Zone and the South Zone. Next one, please. Yeah. The next slide, I would like to present some of our living labs. Unfortunately, I cannot detailedly explain our living labs, but I would like to show some of our activities that you can understand our specific approaches. Which is the farmer's protagonism, the decolonial, and the intersectional approaches that we have developed. Next one, please. This is in the East Zone Living Labs. Yeah, this is the South Zone Living Labs. I think this is not the ultimate version, but okay, I can present later some of different slides afterwards. But okay, I presented some of the local living labs, but now I can present some of the regional living labs. We have done some academic seminars, some regional living labs with indigenous and Afro-descendant farmers and specialists, which have been very interesting in raising some decolonial perspectives for our project. Next one, please. The next scale is the national living lab scale. Yeah, you can put in the next slide, please. The national living lab is the national living labs that we have followed up some federal public policies, and we have met the Ministry of the Agrarian Development in the Urban and Peri-Urban Agricultural National Program launch at the capital of Brazil, and we have participated at the United Nations Environmental Program on urban and peri-urban municipal agendas. So our project in Brazil have contributed to some of the United Nations environmental program agenda. Yeah, next one, please. Well, unfortunately, I would like to present two slides that is not in this version, unfortunately, which is the decolonial intersectional concepts. I think I can present at the end of my presentation. Can I do it at the end? Because this version that is that you have provided is not the last version, but okay, let's continue. Well, you can put at the next slide. Yes. In this slide, I would like to present some of the arguments that we understand how urban agriculture as heritage can be a future tool for sustainable cities. The first one is the short circuits. We understand that home gardens role have an important role for food and livelihood security, because they are distributed around the city, and this capillarity can provide some of the short circuits which are more sustainable in different aspects, not only in the logistics, but also in the distribution, the food distribution that contributes to food security. The other feature is the climate changes contribution that urban agriculture, especially the home gardens, act as environmental corridors, which contributes not only to temperature, but also to carbon emission reduction. The third contribution is the agrobiodiversity, not only to genetic rescue of Criollo seeds, but also to act as species libraries, and also to provide some of the ancestry's knowledge that I can talk later. The fourth feature is the local knowledge that I would like to explain better, which we understand as a decolonial perspective, because we understand that some of the native ancestry solutions as heritage features, they contribute to food culture identity preservation, and of course to more sustainable native solutions. And the last one, that we understand also that heritage is also an important tool for community and gender emancipatory strategy, that we understand that allows more democratic solutions in a gender and race perspective, because they are leaded in the majority of the gardens. They are led by women, especially Black women, which allows the gender and race protagonism. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now I can briefly, because I know that we have on the table the SDG, a Sustainable Development Goal specialist here, but I would like to show some of our findings of our interpretation, how urban agriculture can contribute to SDG, United Nations SDG agenda. Next, please. We understand that urban agriculture as heritage can be an important tool to demonstrate that they are not only related, but they can act as sustainable features, because in the global South perspective, in the Latin America perspective, the home gardens, they contribute to the first SDG, no poverty one, because they contribute to food value chains with an intensive labor and income generation. And the SDG 2 called Zero Hunger also is an important aspect of the urban gardens. And the third, the good health and well-being, also with fresh and no processed food and medicinal and religious plants. The fourth, quality education, because we understand the farmers are important environmental and heritage educators. And the fifth, the gender equality, that we understand the women's role in food value chains. They are important heritage transmitters, and also to income generation by women. Next slide, please. The other SDG, the other important SDG that we understand that is related to urban agriculture as heritage is decent work and economic growth, because we understand the majority of the home gardens in São Paulo, they work in a solidarity economy and cooperative models, which are more democratic and more related to decent work. And the SDG 10 is a very important demonstration that the urban agriculture reduce inequalities and also contribute to sustainable cities and communities with heritage solutions that are more sustainable. And the SDG 12 is the responsible consumption and production. But once we understand that community contribution to circular economy, especially composting, is a very important tool to the next SDG, the 13, which is the climate action, which is one of the most important, that we understand that urban agriculture contributes to carbon emission and temperature reduction. Next slide, please. I'm afraid of the time. Next slide is how urban agriculture and urban planning can be understood with the new possibilities to the urban management. Oh, next slide, please. Yeah, here we had some of we studied some of the new possibilities that we can understand urban planning and urban agriculture can be allies with better sustainable cities. First one that we have in the city of São Paulo, some of these green lines, they are electric lines. And these electric lines, these green lines, they are vacant spaces. And we understand that these green lines can build a green network of environmental network that can be in master plan, some specific environmental zoning and also culture zoning that is related to heritage on the left map. On the right map, we experienced it, put in every dot an urban garden, and the gray dots are the schools. And we understand that the urban gardens can act as important fresh food providers to schools, and we understand that we have to pursue a better distribution in urban gardens, that you can notice that in the east part of the city of São Paulo, we don't have as much as gardens as in the downtown area and in the more rich parts of the city. Next one, please. The other, yeah, next, yeah. The next, oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I cannot. Can you see the next slide? Yes. This is the slide. No, the former one. I think the other possibility that urban planning can act. Can work with the urban agriculture planning is how we can distribute fresh food market throughout the city. And in this case, we can understand that we have a concentration of fresh food markets, that this food value chain that begin in the home gardens and some urban agriculture gardens can distribute to these fresh food markets But unfortunately, we can notice that we have some inequalities in this distribution of fresh food markets in the left map. And in the right map, we understand that gardens, not only home gardens, but also public gardens, can be a connection with some corridors in an environmental network. So in a master plan perspective, we understand that urban agriculture can be an important strategy to connect some environmental lines and some environmental perimeters of the city. Yeah, I think the last slide is here, is the lessons learned. But unfortunately, I could not present the decolonial and the intersectional, but if I can have a chance afterwards, in the discussion time, I can explain better which are our decoloniality and intersectionality approach of the urban agriculture. But in this lesson, in this last slide, we can provide you some of the lessons learned briefly, how we can include heritage features in urban agriculture. First of all, the food and livelihood security. We understand that short circuits in a circular economy can provide health nutrition not only to farmers, but also to the workers in the urban gardens, the community, and can provide income generation in the food value chains. In an urban landscape feature, we can develop some specific zoning for urban agriculture, not only as environmental corridors, but also in an integrated network, but also as an important climate changes tool, and also in culture zoning, that we understand that some of the gardens, they are important species libraries of genetic resources that is very important as a heritage perspective. And third, agrobiodiversity, we understand that some of the ancestry's knowledge can provide some identity food culture that can enhance genetic heritage through Creole seeds and seedlings bank in some exchange seeds and seedlings fairs. And finally, the local and traditional knowledge, we understand that some of the gardens, they are not only, they can provide food, but also some of the religious and ritualistic plants for the community, and also act as medicine and ornamental providers connected to some celebrations and rituals in a traditional cosmovision and with these native indigenous and Afro-descendant communities. So gardens, they are viewed as sacred places. And finally, in the social and cultural value systems, we understand that some of the gardens act in a cooperative and democratic and horizontal decision-making that include race, ethnic, and gender roles as important transmitters towards equality. So thank you very much. Sorry for my late and delayed presentation, but I'm grateful for this opportunity to show some of the Brazilian experiences. Thank you very much.
It's a very interesting presentation. I think you really addressed well one of the important innovation in the environment and sustainability through urban agriculture and heritage. I think the way your presentation and your approach through urban agriculture is something similar with like killing two birds with one stone. Like you've handled a lot of things from the environmental and on the food issues as well, food security, and also the community and everything. So I think that's It's going to be really interesting. And I think there are also many questions maybe from participants, but let's hold it for now. And we'll now move on to the second speaker. That is Professor Arif Ansori Yusuf. Are you here with us now, Professor Arif?
Yeah.
All right. Then the time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, has my screen show up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would like to share in this 20 minutes our recent paper. I will talk about Indonesian relocation of new capital. It is a bit sensitive issues related to its multi-dimensionality. So maybe it can give you an idea of what is the pro and cons from various aspects. But I'm not looking at all the aspects of that, but just simply some angle, which is the angle of the place where they will be located into, which is Kalimantan. So this is based on this paper, just recently published. You can just Google. I think if you're on Unpad link, you can just download this paper. So the detail is there. So Jakarta, actually, many people think is no longer suitable to become the capital of Indonesia, especially in the future, because it is overpopulated, has been well known as the most polluted city in the world, a lot of traffic jam, flooding, depletion of water resource, and most particularly is land subsidence, because there are many reports which suggest that actually Jakarta is the fastest sinking city in the world, as you can see here by the report by the BBC, for example. So that's one of the main reason why there are some not the plan. We want to move the capital, but that's actually is not only reasons. There are many other reasons, including some romanticized reasons. Like for example, this is because Jakarta was built by Indonesian colonial power, which is the Dutch. So we don't want to be inherited by the colonialization. So we want to move. We want to create our own capital. So this was the vision by our founding father Soekarno. And then actually Suharto in 1997 tried to move it actually, but not too far from the nearby region. But it was constrained by the 1997 financial crisis, so it didn't happen. And also, actually, there are other reasons why the move was thought to be relevant, because Indonesian economic activity is very much concentrated in Jakarta and its surrounding region. So moving new capital is kind of hope to ease this regional imbalance. So finally, despite all the controversies, we legalized the move by the law number 3 in 2022. So we want to relocate our capital from Jakarta to a new city called Nusantara in Kalimantan Timur. So from the perspective of the Kalimantan Timur or Kalimantan, it is interesting because when you see the Indonesian structural transformations, Indonesia as a nation actually has been experiencing decline of natural oil and gas sector, as you can see from the right side of the picture. The red one, which is mining sector, has been declining. But that didn't happen for Kaltim, for this province, for this Kalimantan province. So in Kaltim, mining and its related industry is still largely dominant, 55% in 2021. Yeah? And its extractive sector, particularly coal industry, has been rising quite fast during 2000. Picture later. And because of that, actually, Kaltim is the second richest province in Indonesia after Jakarta. So it contributes 4% of Indonesian GDP, contribute 27% to Indonesian mining value added, and the second highest contributor of total non-oil gas export, which is mostly coming from coal. And extractive sector's growth contribute to make Kaltim become among the richest province in terms of per capita income. In 2011, at the outset of the community boom, for example, Kalimantan Timur per capita GRDP was 5 times national average and even higher than Jakarta. It is also reflected by good performance of other development indicators like HDI in 2019. Before COVID, for example, Kaltim province ranked number 3 in HDI after Jakarta and Yogyakarta. However, it is interesting to see that there is quite a big imbalance between each sub-region. It main city like Samarinda and Bontang have HDA rank of 30 and 32 respectively out of 521 districts. But other districts like Mahakam Hulu, Penajam Pasar Utara, this Penajam Pasar Utara is very much important because this is the kabupaten or the district where the new capital city will be located, rank only 347 and 178 respectively. So when a district is quite left behind in terms of development, while the income per capita of the province in itself was high, that's a sign of enclave economy. Enclave economy is quite common in natural resource intensive economy like ours. So enclave economy means you have development, but most people who live around the area do not really benefit from the oil boom. So as a result, actually, Kaltim economic activity, I don't really consider is good because when you consider in the long run, for example, it is on average may not necessarily higher than the national average because of its fluctuation. As you can see here, the national growth has been around 5% before crisis of COVID, and Kaltim has been fluctuated around that a lot. So I consider this kind of growth not as a robust or strong growth, but a fragile growth. Why I call it fragile growth, you can see here from this picture, which is clearly illustrates what happened. So as you can see here, this one, the green one, I'm not so sure that I can have annotated. Okay, I can have annotated here. Okay, as you can see here, this graph, the light green, the green one, this is the, this one. This one is the GDP per capita of Kaltim. As you can see, it's rising and even higher than Jakarta. When we had a national average, right? But higher than Jakarta in 2010. 2010 is the end of commodity boom. But when the commodity boom ends, suddenly its GDP per capita fall to the level 10 years before. So a setback of 10 years, so it's no longer the highest compared to Jakarta. And if you compare this fluctuation of GDP per capita with the fluctuations of the price of the energy at international market, you can see that there is high correlations between those two. So Kaltim GDP per capita follow closely the fluctuations of energy or commodity price. So that's why I said this is a fragile growth. So Kaltim has been an experienced fragile growth. So what does it have to do with the movement of new capital? Well, this is also another illustrations of enclave economy. So as you can see here, if you scatter plot GDP per capita and let's say development indicator of access to water, for example, you can see that there are certain certain district in Kalimantan Timur where they are rich, but actually they are underperformed in terms of the development indicator, particularly, for example, access to water. So in some area, they are underperformed. So that's why I call enclave. Okay, so well, that's not really the thought that I share alone, because actually even among the government official there, they have been thought of trying to diversify Colloquium economy. They call it new visions of transformation. So they want to try. So there is an effort policy-wise by both the government of Kalimantan Province or the government of Balikpapan, the largest city in Kaltim, to try to plan ahead, try to change, try to diversify economy, not too much dependent on coal or mining. And then come this new capital. So with this new capital, city relocation is actually is an interesting case scientifically speaking in terms of the regional science, regional development, because this is a rare case. So this is a case of how a traditionally natural resource intensive region respond to a sudden creations of large scale service sector. And we are not talking about small change. We talk about massive change. So basically, the activity of government services in one of the largest city in the world, Jakarta, moved to a forest suddenly. So this is a rare case. So of course we have a scientific, despite all this policy and controversy, this is a good opportunity for a scientist like me to see, to see this is kind of semi-natural experiments. But so this paper to look how this change will affect the economic structures of the destination regions by considering not only how different economic sectors are linked, but also how sectors in one province are interconnected with other sectors in province. So we will look at some variable like GDP of Kaltim, GDP of Jakarta. We will look elsewhere at the province, what happened to real wages, different skills, and so on. So we also want to look how it will affect certain aspect of the environment issues, which is the regional carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuels. So we will see how it will affect. So the method that we use is the general equilibrium model for Indoter. So this is a quite well-known model, has been used by in my other previous research. So basically is a bottom-up general equilibrium model. So mean that each region is modeled as a separate economy. Prices are different across regions. So there are equilibrium market for each commodity in each regions. And then regions are connected through interregional trade of commodities and factors. It accommodates 185 commodities, 9 kind of labors, capital, and land. It is solved by it is written as a right systems of nonlinear equation solved by a specialized software, and then it also covers the whole national economy. So even though the model pay particular attention to region, but actually it can cover the whole national economy. So it generates standard macroeconomic variables. So because of the time constraint, I don't really have time much to explain the detail, but you can look at the papers and you can also look at other paper that use the model as a method of analysis, like such as in this different kind of paper that I wrote the last 5 years. So what we did is actually we simulate the permanent effect. So not the construction project effect, but the permanent effect of moving central government administration from one province, to Jakarta, to a new province. So those activity of government administration in the model is represented by the government consumption expenditure. And then our calculation found that in Jakarta province, at the moment, the government consumption expenditure is around 341 trillion rupiah. It is 21% of the nationwide government expenditure. So the whole countries, the 20% of the whole country government expenditure is actually in Jakarta. So, and this consists of two components. In Jakarta, all the consumption expenditure consists of two components: spending of the central government, and the other one is spending of provincial government. We only want to move the spending of the central government because there are still a provincial government activity in West Java, in Jakarta, and we didn't know the one to move it. So then we calculate. So when we move this activity to Eastern Kalimantan, so we estimate that 90% of government consumption in Jakarta has to be moved. So, and this is large. This means that we increase the consumption. So it means we reduce 90% of government consumption spending in Jakarta, but increase the government consumption in Kalimantan Timur by 1,095%, of almost 11 times, which makes sense because the baseline of Kalimantan is tiny. So that's what I said. This is a massive scenario. This is a massive experiment. So thankfully that the model can handle these large shocks. So this is the effect. I'm going to highlight some result. So as you can see here from the table on the left, so the impact of moving capital from macro and real wages can be illustrated. For example, that there will be an increase in GDP of East Kalimantan by 22%, yet it will be accompanied by a decline of Jakarta GDP by -7%. But since Jakarta has very link to other neighboring province, so the most of the province in Java also experience recession or declining GDP. Banten, for example, the closest neighbor of Jakarta, also fall by 1%. 1% or 2% is high. Why? Because our historical economic growth is already 5%. So a decline of 1% of GDP is something. But there are some notable observation because you can find that actually the effect will be skill bias. Skill bias means the return to labor in both in Kalimantan province, for example, tend to favor the skilled labor because administrative sector like government is skilled labor intensive sector. So it will increase the demand for skilled labor, so their price will be higher, but it will relatively reduce, not reduce, but not so much, affecting the non-skilled labor. So, for example, real wage for managerial and clerical labor in Kaltim increased by 73% and 8%, while manual and agriculture worker only increased by 6 and 3% respectively. In Jakarta, the bias is reversed because the effect will be the opposite. Okay. What is the implication of the skill bias effect of the simulation? Well, there is a potential or tendency of increasing wage inequality in the destination regions. So this is another issue that need to be think about by policymaker. This is the impact on sector. So here you can see Kalimantan experienced massive structural change. So as you can see, massive structural change in economy means the changing structures of the economic production by its different economic activities. Yeah? So the two major natural resource intensive sectors such as coal and oil gas sector drop. Coal, oil extraction, natural gas, and oil refinery output dropped by around 6%, 5%, and 7.9% respectively. And this has a nationwide effect because through a pressure on nationwide price impact, so it's kind of similar to carbon tax effect. So national coal output, crude oil, natural gas, and oil refinery fall by 3.8%, 0.7%. So the decline in output mean increase in price. So there is a price premium penalties as the effect of those fossil fuel because of the transitions of the economic activity in East Kalimantan. So, and service sector in Kalimantan, here, I think next slide will be best to illustrate. Here, the service sectors of East Kalimantan increased from 32.7% in the baseline to 44.7% with the simulation. And if you can see the size of this effect, this is equivalent to 2 decades of structural change. So 2 decades of structural change, 20%, is equivalent to one move of a policy of moving capital. So equivalent to 2 decades of structural change of Kalimantan. So more service sector from 32% to 44%, mining dropped from 30% to 22%. And because service sectors is typically, this is also, you can see here, this is the impact of the shock on interprovincial or interprovincial trade. Yeah, interprovincial trade, as you can see here, the green mean, this is maybe the one that is interesting is the right one. This is how goods move from one province to the other. So, for example, there are some Kalimantan is supplied, so there are many more goods coming to Kalimantan from all of the regions. But in Jakarta, the other way around. So there are less commodity moving from other province to Kalimantan. And because service sector is relatively clean compared to other sectors, so in Kalimantan, the CO2 emission actually increased by 1.1%. Why increase? Well, because economic activity expand. If economic activity expand, we expect CO2 emissions expand too. But if you compare the size of the expansion in relative to the expansion of the economy, you can see that the Calvin carbon dioxide emission intensity fall by a significant amount. Why? Because Calvin carbon dioxide emission, so this is called decoupling of the emissions. So Calvin carbon dioxide emission increased by 1.1% only, but GDP of Calvin increased by almost 20%. So Calvin CO2 emission then declined significantly by 18%. The reason mainly is the diversification effect toward more service sector away from fossil fuel intensive sector. So this is the conclusion. Sorry, I'm behind by 2 minutes, but this is last slide. So just to give you a concluding remark. So first is capital city relocation increased the RDP of Kaltim, the destination region, by massive amount, 22%, and moderately decreased that of Jakarta by 7%. I'm not so sure this is relative. The 7% is not that moderate. I think it's quite a big impact on Jakarta. And it tends to produce skill bias increase in real wages, as expanding sector is relatively high skill intensive. Destination region, Kaltim, experienced massive structural change. Its share of service sector expand by 12%, a change historically comparable to 2 decades of structural transformation. Actually, it helped the province diversify from natural resource intensive economy toward more service-oriented economy, and this transformation reduced Kaltim emission intensity by 18%. However, of course, this is only one angle of analysis. This is not complete analysis. There are many things involved, and one of the main important caveats of this analysis is exclude emissions that coming from land use change that may be generated by the changing spatial landscape of the area, formerly forest, into a city. So I didn't consider this because it's not in the model. So maybe other can complement this analysis to become more complete. So I think that will end my presentation. Maybe later on we can have discussion. Thank you.
So it is a very, very important topic that we should discuss further later, maybe in the Q&A section. So for participants, if you have questions, just put it in the link that already provided by the committee conference. And now we will move on to the third speaker for now. Dr. Osamu Saito, are you here with us now?
Yes.
All right. You can start your presentation now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity. So I would like to talk about building sustainable and resilient future of small island under the climate ecosystem change. Let me skip some of the slides. Yeah, this is my bio. I think you can also check in the profile in the my short bio. But I've been working on the concept of landscape ecology and the ecosystem service assessment in Japan and Asia and Africa. And also the managing editor of this Sustainability Science Journal started since 2006. So more than 17 years ago, we have been publishing this journal. We publish 6 issues per year, more than 200 articles are published, and the impact factor is around 7. Today, I would like to talk more about this project, some of the outcome from this project. Pesaro University, the Professor Parikesit is part of this project as a PI as co-PI of the project. This project focuses on the integration of the traditional and modern bioproduction systems for sustainable and resilient future and the climate and ecosystem changes. We started this project since 2021, and this year is the final year of the project. This project explores the future scenario or the pathway for the sustainable resilient future under the climate ecosystem changes by focusing on integration of the traditional and modern bioproduction systems in 3 countries, namely Japan, Philippines, and Indonesia. And then also we assess the various different ecosystem services under the multiple future scenarios. And here there's some samples of the bioproduction system. It's agriculture, forestry, and the aquaculture systems. So it's a combination of those. We call it bioproduction systems. And it has also the traditional systems and modern systems listed in here. But we are also considering how to combine or integrate these systems respecting the traditional systems. So modern systems tend to be larger scale, but it has fragile to the climate change, other different drivers of changes, versus traditional system is more kind of stable. It's a small scale and diverse, and also rooted in the place, and also the regional landscapes. Versus modern system is a kind of the homogeneous, and then tend to be the susceptible the different changes of the drivers. We have the 6 work package as described in the diagram in the right-hand side. We have the database of the work package is a database of traditional and modern bioproduction systems. I choose the a pointer. Okay, sorry. Choose here. So, and also we have the work package 2 is this work 2 is building the future scenarios of the bioproduction systems. And under these different future scenarios, we assess also the land use change and population change, and also assess ecosystem services. And also we try to come up with how to propose the intervention to optimize different type of the ecosystem services to avoid trade-offs and maximize synergy across different ecosystem services. And work package 6 is about is how to share our research findings, and also the networking with the young researchers, and also providing training seminars. So every year we provide 3 or 4 training seminars in addition to the project meetings, and also we organize some international workshops online basis mainly. And then this we continue by the end of the next March in Japan, but we will continue some of the activities even beyond next March. We have the website of the project, so those who are interested in, please check our website. We list all the members, all the peoples, including the project member from Indonesia. And also we have the list of the publications. Also, we listed all the events, including this event, this international conference, also included in the event. So please take a look at this website. And today I just would like to focus on the one of the review articles we developed, examining the nearly 90 case studies from Japan, Indonesia, and Philippines. So the 3 countries researchers, as you hear, these are all the team members from Japan, Indonesia, and Philippines. And we worked on the 90 case studies from 3 countries, and we tried to come up with we applied the method of the solution scanning, which divide in 3 processes: horizon scanning and solution scanning and filtering process. I'm not going to detail about each process, but this is the workflow. So the horizon scanning is the problem characterizations. So we collected the different cases, 28 cases from Japan, 15 cases from Philippines, and then also the 47 cases from the Indonesia through the international partnership settlement initiatives, and the GS is globally important agricultural systems and others. So based on the case study description, we extracted general information of the case, like title, year of publication, country, administration scale, and also the ecosystem type and the sector. And also we also identified what kind of stakeholders are involved in each cases, and also the drivers of changes and threats. What kind of threats, like urbanization or land use change, etc., is a part of the threats and the key drivers. And also that we identify the solution or responses. So what kind of interventions are included in each case? Normally, each case have multiple cases. That's why we came up with much more than 200 the solutions identified out of these 90 case studies from 3 countries. We listed the maximum 10 solutions from each case. And also then the third stage is filtering, categorizing response type and solutions. So after identifying solutions, we categorize different solutions by using Millennium Ecosystem Assessment response typologies, which is institutional governance response options, or economic incentive-based response option, and cultural, socio-cultural response option, knowledge cognitive response option, and technological response options. So these are the category used in the response options as a response options. We also use the Nature's Futures framework, which is developed by the IPBES. IPBES stands on the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. And the IPBES developed this new Nature Futures framework. So we also use this framework. I will mention this one a bit later. So this is the Nature Futures framework. This Nature Futures framework have 3 pillars or 3 value representing value system, which is nature, whole nature, emphasize intrinsic values of the nature. So nature itself is important. And then the other the value is nature for society, which emphasize instrumental value of nature. So the maximizing ecosystem services is a typical understanding of the nature for society. And the third pillar is nature as culture or one with nature, which emphasizes relational values between people and nature. So the cultural values, aesthetic values are the important component of this nature as culture. So this is very simple, the framework, but since this is simple, this has been used in the many different countries and the case studies. So number of the case studies are increasing right now. So, but I think this is the first case to apply the cases from Japan, Indonesia, and Philippines. And of course, there is the in between here, here, here. We are also consider these the balancing nature for nature and the nature's cultures. And also we can think of the balancing nature for society, the nature's cultures. We can also think of this balancing nature for nature and the nature for societies. So we also consider these in between, but to make it simple, just, we can also understand these are the key component, nature for nature, nature as culture, and nature for societies. But in the analysis, when we analyze different solutions extracted from 90 case studies, we use these 6 the balancing cases also as a type of the solutions. So here are all the location of the case studies we extracted. So and then we ended up, I said that more than 200, but it's more than 300, sorry. So we out of the 90 case studies, total 90 case studies, we extracted 339 cases, 348 solutions, and we also identified 238 threats. There are some overlaps between these threats, although. This is the ecosystems. So most of the cases are associated with the forest and agriculture, but there is some difference. And we didn't have much examples of urban ecosystems at the cases, including like urban agriculture. And in terms of stakeholder engagement, the community, public sector are highly involved, but the researchers' involvement is not that prominent. It's relatively low, but you can see that many different stakeholders involved in the local actions and solutions. And regarding the more than 300, nearly 350 solutions, we classify these different response option types and subcategories. As you can see, the the governance-related solutions are recorded higher. And also that there are many technological solutions, agroecological practices, ecological restoration and conservation practices. These are popular solutions we found from 90 case studies. But we didn't have much like economics and also the incentive-based interventions or solutions. So they maybe need to be strengthened in the future. Also, we checked out of 90 cases, we found 31 cases show uses more than 3 interventions, 3 types of the interventions. So we categorize these, 5 types of the interventions, and then we try to extract the cases which use more than 3 types of the solutions. Then we found also these combination of all 5 solutions type is account for 32%, but there is some other combinations you can find. But using all those 5 solution type is sometimes required. So this combination of different solutions is also important to push also implementation of each cases or actions on the ground. So this is one of our key message, and also we're using nature features framework. We found the different the characteristics. We found that the nature as cultures is highly emphasized in 3 countries, but we also found that in Philippines and Indonesia, there is also higher preference toward balancing nature for nature and nature as nature for society. So protecting nature and also at the same time getting the benefit from the nature or ecosystem services, maximizing ecosystem services is also important direction for the future. But of course, conserving culture is also the quite important direction for Indonesia. So these are also we found from this review work. So I'm gonna stop here, and then as you may know, that the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework was adopted last December. So this is a next global target, which has the new specific targets with numeric the target like 30% of the land and sea ocean must be designated as a conservation or a managing area. So like number 3 target, 30 by 30% land, 30% ocean should be the conserved and managed by 2030. So we need to follow these new targets. And we found Indonesia also renewed the national biodiversity strategy and action plan. It was renewed in 2017, but due to the new global target, I think the Indonesia also need to update this target. So this is a new action required, and also the urban biodiversity and biodiversity is also the important. And I think the previous speaker also explained about urban agriculture. So urban agriculture is one of these the solution, nature-based solutions under the city's context. So this is my presentation summary. So sorry I spent more than 15 minutes. But I think I have a few minutes, I think. So this is a summary. And then on my presentation, I would like to show you the short video made by this Urban Cities and Biodiversity Outlook. So let me share the video at the end of my presentation. I think I have a few minutes more. So let me share screen. Sorry.
We
need to skip this. Sorry.
In 1950, New York and Tokyo were the only so-called. In 1950, New York and Tokyo were the only so-called megacities.
This is not the video I want to show. This one.
This is the story about how the world will look in 2030 and beyond. It is the story of how urbanization will change the surface of our planet and the biodiversity that is an essential part of it. Over the next 40 years, Earth will undergo the largest and fastest period of urban growth in human history. By 2050, an additional area the size of South Africa is projected to become urban. By then, 6.3 billion people will live in towns and cities, an increase of 2.8 billion from 2010. A more than doubling of the world's urban population in just 40 years. The most rapid and extensive urban expansion is occurring in places adjacent to some of the world's most biodiversity-rich areas. In many of these areas, people have limited economic and technical resources to deal with the challenges that come with the growth. But urbanization also provides opportunities. Cities are hubs of change. Cities can and must take the lead for sustainable development. Cities can provide the solutions to conserve and protect nature and the ecosystems we depend on. because we know that rich biodiversity can exist in cities, and urban ecosystems can significantly improve human health and well-being. We know that more conscious lifestyles and smarter development can help protect and support a rich biodiversity both inside and outside of urban areas. Well-functioning ecosystems can help reduce risks of water shortage, droughts, storms, and heat waves. They can help to curb environmental degradation. That is why unleashing the potential of cities is vital to securing our sustainable future.
So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Osamu Saito. That was a really interesting presentation. I think you've given us such a comprehensive ideas and also an important message on how we should consider our future of biodiversity, as well as maybe by using the Nature Future Framework, we can also use it as an approach for achieving several goals in the nearby future. I think that's it. And then I think now we can move on to the Q&A section now. So let's see several questions that may be already listed by the participants. All right. I think we'll start with the question from Ms. Dewi Octaviani. For Dr. Luciana, what is urban agriculture in Brazil, in particular, already leading to self-waste treatment or zero waste? I think you can answer it now, Dr. Luciana.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, we are not ahead in this waste reduction program in the entire country. What can I say? In my city, we have some interesting projects that deals with reducing waste, not only in construction sites, but also in some of the ordinary residential sites. So we live in a very big country, and waste and sanitation is one of the worst aspects of our development. Unfortunately, we have some interesting other environmental programs in our country, but in a local scale, we have some of the neighborhood self-waste treatment that some communities provide their organic waste towards the home gardens or some of the public gardens in the city. So it's kind of a community arrangement, not a public policy, unfortunately, but it's a kind of circular economy that took place in the neighborhood scale from a neighborhood initiative. It's not a public policy at all. I don't know if I could answer you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, don't mute yourself, Dr. Luciana. I think the first question is also related to you. It's not mentioned, but I think it's directed to you. The question is, can heritage-based urban agriculture replace industrialized agriculture and reduce greenhouse gases emissions from agricultural sector? Can it meet modern consumption levels? Yeah, this is also a very interesting question.
Okay, it's very interesting, but what I could not present to you in the last slide is that we have a agriculture model that is export oriented. We export commodities, soy, and corn and soybeans and whatever, to Russia, to China, and some of the some European countries. So this export-oriented agriculture model is really toxic-oriented, is land concentration model, and even a kind of industrialized agriculture that does not does not have the concern to reduce the carbon emissions, unfortunately. So we have two ministries in the Brazilian federal government. One is the agriculture ministry, and the other the family agriculture and agrarian development, which deals with some small scales urban agriculture. And this department, this federal department, indeed is worried about some of these more sustainable solutions in small family garden locations. Yeah, we have to deal with macroeconomics and geopolitics, that this is a big challenge for us to have a more sustainable agriculture in Brazil.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to the next question. This one is for Professor Arif. How to mitigate possible increase in income inequality caused by skill gap between local community and new economy due to new capital?
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. It's a very interesting one, and the answer is not straightforward, because when the new capital is running, we can avoid income inequality effect of skill bias, real wage increase, by increasing or upgrading the skills of all the citizens of the new capital and reducing the influx of people with low skill. So in the new capital, then it will be mitigated. Yet the effect of the skill bias and local change doesn't only apply to the new city, but it also apply on the province-wide as well, because only small part area of the East Kalimantan province becoming the new capital, the rest area is not. So if the new capital city is full of skilled people with higher real wage, yet the rest of the East Kalimantan Timur was dominated by low skill. So the issue is also how to increase the increase the skill of the rest of the province labor, not only the new capital. So then this challenge becoming big. So one way of doing it is, of course, education. You have to upgrade the skill of the rest of the Kalimantan province populations, and as well as maybe creating more business opportunity in responding to in catering the needs of the economic activity created by new capital outside the new capital region. I think that may be my answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Arif. I think that's also related with your concluding remark in your presentation, that in the next research, we also need to consider about the land use change and other things for the to tackle the future of the new capital of Indonesia. Now we're moving on to the last question from Serlinda Okta Yuniarsa. This is for all of the speakers. Related to the SDGs point 8, how do you think about the best business and innovation strategy for demand climate for circular economy? Thank you.
Can I
Maybe
start?
from, yes.
So yeah, I would like to start. Thank you for the question. Yeah, we now the many industry in Japan also make a large investment for the renewable energy expansion in both urban and the rural areas. But the challenge is so that there's a great opportunity to expand the new business regarding renewable energy, for this, to meet to promote climate mitigation, but at the same time, we also need to consider the trade-off between like solar PV expansion may have negative impact on biodiversity, or wind turbine may have negative impact on the migratory birds, etc. So we also need to consider how to ensure the nature positive outcome at the same time when we also consider the climate mitigation or circular economy. So the balancing these, the nature and climate is quite important. Nature, climate, and also the circular economy. So balancing those is quite important agenda, and it should be also integrated in the business development strategies. So, but I think at this moment, most of the business do not have clear idea how to consider the nature or biodiversity in their business strategies, since unlike climate change, there is no single currency to measure the biodiversity. Biodiversity is place specific, and also the rare species is different in depending on the country and depending on the area. So there's many different currencies you have to also consider. Unlike the climate change, global greenhouse gas emission, GHG is one single currency when it comes to the climate. But when it comes to the biodiversity, it's more complicated. So it's the challenges, but I think more and more companies also considered how much they depend on nature and on biodiversity, and how to harmonize their business activities in harmony in harmony with nature. So that's the new direction, and that's why also the new terms concept of nature-based solution is becoming popular. So I'm gonna stop here, but I think there's great opportunities.
Thank you, Dr. Samu. Maybe from Dr. Luciana or Professor Arif, maybe you want to add something?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think if it's related to my presentation, I may have to say that there are a good opportunity for a new capital to be in line with the SDG 8 or circular economy in general. Why? Because the new capital is a development that's starting from zero. Many cases in other cities, we don't have that luxury. We are already, like pumped with many problems already in terms of the circularity of the economy and things like that. Yet when we build from scratch, so we can plan more carefully and learn from the past mistakes. So I think we can, with this new capital city, and also the master plan already reflected, I think in one way or another, then we have more opportunity to set examples how to how to create a circular economy for other cities later in Indonesia or as well in the world. Yeah, I think that's my remark for the responding to the question. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe from Dr. Luciana?
Yes, what I would like to add, besides the other my colleagues' inputs, is that what is the in an initial term in Brazil is the payment for environmental services that urban agriculture and especially the gardens can prove how they can contribute to the entire city economy once they contribute not only to as a food service provided, but also for temperature and climate and carbon emission reduction. So I think it is a very innovative front that we are dealing with, and how we can measure in a precise way how urban agriculture can be a very strategic in this market of payment for environmental services. But I would like also to add that it's not only environmental service at all, but also as a culture service, because we have some heritage vegetables and fruits and some of processes and dynamics that they are related to some of our heritage, especially the native and indigenous and Afro-descendant cultures that is very sustainable. So I think it will be the future to have this in payment for environmental services. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we have come to the end of this first plenary session. As a concluding remark, I think we have understand now the issues in the future about the urban development and also the biodiversity issues. And in the Indonesia's case, we have like the real case of the relocating the capital, and that also gives us a new challenge, especially in regards to the sustainable and environment, and how we can try to explore the approach such as the urban agriculture, and as well as the enhancing the cultural services can also provide a better approach for us to for sustainability. And once again, we are very honored, and I would like to offer my gratitude to all of the presenters here today, to the invited speakers. Thank you again. Professor Arif Ansori Yusuf and Dr. Osamu Saito and also Luciana. Thank you again. We hope all of the participants also enjoyed this plenary session. And for all of the invited speakers, do not leave the room first, because we have something to give for you. But now I will give back the session to the MC. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much to our speaker for wonderful presentation, and to Mr. Kevin as our first plenary session moderator for facilitating the panel amazingly. And to show our gratitude, I would like to welcome Professor Ira Irawati as the Vice Dean of Graduate School Pajajaran University to pass the certificate of appreciation for our speaker and our moderator.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. There are many new things that we can examine further. On occasion, I would like to give appreciation in the form of e-certificate. And I, on behalf of Rector of UNPAD, to say thank you for being the keynote speaker, especially to my senior colleague, Professor Arif Ansori Yusuf from SDG Center Universitas Pajajaran. Terima kasih, Prof. Arif. And to Mr. Osamu Saito, PhD from IGS Japan. Thank you very much. And Yana Fukimoto, PhD from University of Sao Paulo, Brazil. And also to our moderator this morning in this is Kevin Muhammad Lukman, PhD. Thank you very much. Thank you again for nice discussion, and of course for being our research partner. See you again at another conference event in the next year maybe. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ira. That's it, the first plenary session. Oh. And that's the first plenary session. And now we would like to show you the parallel session for later breakout room for our oral presentation later. All right. This is the oral presentation room that you will be split into 4 breakout room later at 2:05 p.m. You can see your name based on the room you will arrange later. So next, in the oral presentation time, you will be split into this room. Maybe you can capture this first, so you know where you should come to the room later. All right. Before we come to the break session right now, we will held again the ice breaking session. And for anyone who haven't win the ice breaking session before, do not have to worry. We still have another two prizes, the same prizes as before for two lucky winner, but we have different kind of ice breaking right now. Okay. And now I have some riddle for you, and you can answer the riddle as fast as possible in the chat room. And the fastest and the most answer would win the prize. Just two lucky winner. Are you ready? Two lucky winner will win 100,000 rupiah of GoPay. Okay. Maybe we could start. Okay. Number one. My body is long, but I'm not a snake. I can tie anything. Who am I? Okay, you could answer in the chat room. Let's go, guys. Okay. Let's see the answer. The answer is rope. Yay, right. Okay, the second question. I hide, but my head is always visible. Who am I? It's a bit random. Okay, let's see the answer. It's Pike. Okay, let's go to number 3. Mine can be solid or liquid. If rubber, I will foam. I'm in the bedroom. Who am I? iPhone. Okay, let's see the answer. Yes, so. Okay, next question. I am a group of animals. All parts of my body are in the head. I can cause itching. Who am I? I wonder what it is. Maybe we could see the answer. And the answer is yes, lies. Kutu. And the next question. I'm so hot, I can obliterate something. I'll be big with the wind, and I'm afraid of water. Who am I? Okay, and the answer is fire. Yay, congratulations for the right answer. Next question. I use it while sleeping. I'm very gentle. I'm white and long, and I'm always warm. Who am I? Okay, let's see the answer. The answer is ding ding. Blanket. Yay! Congratulations. Next. Everyone respect me. Every country must have me. I'm made of cloth. Who am I? Wow, everyone's so excited. Let's go, guys. Just two lucky winner. Okay, the answer is flag. Right. Next question. I am a calf. I have the shape of human face. Who am I? Okay, let's see the answer. It is mice. Okay. Next question is, I am in a human body. I'm out if anyone get hurt, and I'm red. Who am I? Okay, the answer is jing 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 jing. Blood. Yes. Next question. I'm made of wood. I have 4 legs. I can break. I used to sit. Who am I? Okay, and the answer is chair. Yay! Everyone's so clever. And that's it. That's the last question. Okay. And we will see the question on the chat box, and we will personally text you for the winner. And now coming up to our break session for about 1 hour and 50 minutes. While we are on break, we will present to you the parallel session schedule and the poster session. And you could see all the schedule and the poster on the screen. And we will be back for our next agenda, the second plenary session and parallel presentation. And please be note that our session will be start at 12:30. Thank you for your attention and see you later. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to today's International Colloquium on Youth, Environment, and Sustainability 2023. And now we will do the next agenda of today's conference, the second plenary session that will be led by our moderator, Dr. Dina Octaviani. But first, let me introduce Dr. Dina first. Dr. Dina Octaviani is lecturer at Graduate School, Pajajaran University. She was studied Bachelor in Forest Resources Conservation and Ecotourism in Faculty of Forestry at Bogor Agricultural University or IPB, and Master in Tropical Silviculture at Graduate School at IPB, and Doctor of Science in Ecology, Faculty of Forestry in Northeast Forestry University, Harbin, China. The research interest in conservation, ecological restoration, community ecology, sustainable development, and ecotourism, and experiences in forest dynamic, soil, and traditional knowledge. And latest research experience in June this year is field work in Geopark Ciletuh, Pelabuhan Ratu, West Java, and in December 2021, field work in health forests in Belitung Island. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Dina Octaviani, and this platform is yours.
Okay, hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dina Octavia. It is my pleasure to be the moderator for the plenary session 2 on the International Colloquium on Youth, Environment, and Sustainability 2023, the future of the production system in a globalized world. The future of the production system in a globalized world significantly affects youth by shaping their job opportunities, career paths, and overall economic prospects. As technologies and globalization redefine industries, young people face both challenges and opportunities in adapting to evolving skills, requirements, and employment trends. Addressing this dynamic landscape is crucial for preparing the youth for fostering innovation and ensuring inclusive economic participation. In this session, we have 3 invited speakers who will address several issues on urban agriculture, functional food applications, and the potential role of youth in ensuring sustainability and environmental integrity. So, in this session, we have Dr. Gil Gemilang Lara Utama, and I also will call 2 other speakers. We have Dr. Deepak Kumar Verma. Are you here with us? I will check first. Dr. Deepak. And we also have Professor Christine Siburan. Hello? Are you here with us now?
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I also will read the introduction of Dr. Gemilang Lara Utama. He is head of master program on environmental science, graduate school, Universitas Pajajaran. He has a Bachelor of Animal Husbandry from Universitas Pajajaran. He is also obtained the Master in Environmental Science from Universitas Pajajaran and a doctor in environmental science, Universitas Pajajaran. He is now as associate professor in food waste management in the Department of Food Industrial Technology, Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology. He is as researcher at the Center for Environment and Sustainability Science, Universitas Pajajaran, and he holds the expertise in the several fields of environmental science with a specialization in food waste management and microbiological approaches for sustainable food research and development. His major experience also in traditional fermented foods, especially in isolating the potential microorganism for probiotics, were also achieved. So for this session, this first speaker will be Dr. Gemilang Larutama. However, I also will read the second speaker also for the introduction. The second speaker is Professor Dr. Deepak Kumar Verma. Yeah, he is former researcher, Agriculture and Food Engineering Department, Indian Institute of Technology of Kharagpur. He is as the Bachelor in Agricultural Science from Gorakhpur University, India. He is also as the Master Science in Agricultural Biochemistry, Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology. He also has the PhD in Food Processing Engineering Department, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. He is now as the proficient specialist in agri-food and bioscience domains. He is serving as an independent researcher and a national consultant for SERVA IRRI SARC. And previously, he worked as a scientific consultant for Director Professor Cristobal Noe Aguilar at the Office of Research and Postgraduate Programs, Universidad Autónoma de Coahuila, Mexico. And for our third speaker, we have Professor Dr. Cristino L. Tiburan. Okay, he is a researcher from University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Philippines. His bachelor, he obtained in the forestry at College of Forestry, University of the Philippines, Los Baños College, Laguna, Philippines. His Master Science in Forestry at College of Forestry and Natural Resources, University of the Philippines, Los Baños College, Laguna, Philippines. And his PhD in Global Environmental Studies, Laboratory of Regional Planning, Graduate School of Global Environmental Studies, Kyoto University, Japan. His expertise on geographic information system, remote sensing, environmental modeling, hazard mapping, land use and land cover change, landscape pattern analysis, modeling ecosystem services, predictive modeling, vulnerability assessment, land capability, and sustainability mapping. Recent professional expertise is Professor of Institute Renewable Natural Resources, College of Forestry and Natural Resources, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will start the first speaker. Please, Dr. Gemilang Lara Utama will have about 20 minutes to you to deliver the material. Now, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dina. Yeah, I think today we are having a lot of distinguished speakers here. Good afternoon, Dr. Cristino Tiburan. We also have collaboration in the IT Mode project, and also thank you very much for coming and joining this conference. And also Dr. Deepak Verma. We also have some collaboration in some publications. Thank you very much for also supporting our Colloquium on Youth and Environment and Sustainability. Okay, today I will share what we are working now with the INSUA project. We are working some research, action research in the integrated study of urban agriculture heritage. Maybe we can share the material here. Okay. I will present the Bandung Urban Agriculture Heritage, learn from the past for sustainable future.
Actually, this is one of our work with the INSUA project that funded by the Volkswagen Foundation under Professor Ukan S. Abdullah as the Indonesian team PI. Okay. Along with the increase of the population and also the land use change in the urban territorial, especially in Bandung city, there are a lot of pressure regarding the land and also the food security of the community. So to support the supply chain and also the demand of the food to the community, the urban agriculture surround Bandung area were getting high attention. So we identified two kind of urban agriculture practices nowadays that supporting Bandung city's demand for food. There are commercial and subsistence. So we classified the commercial agriculture or urban agriculture practices is dominated in the peri-urban area, and the subsistence is along with the municipality program which called Buruan Sae is also dominated in the inner city area. We are trying to but we try to identify how this urban agriculture could make sure the food security and also how people in Bandung can obtain their fresh food, and also all of these food security problem can be provided by not only from the government but also locally by the community. As we see here that the subsistence program of the municipality called Buruan Sae getting high appreciated by not only local, national, but also the international level. So the Buruan Sae having a lot of awards from the FAO and also the national governments, the capability to improve food security and also the make sure the food demand and can we see this that some of the point the Buruan Sae also can make sure it decrease malnutrition, and at the recent time also becoming an organic waste solution and increasing the open green space at the inner cities, and also some program in food sharing and also addressing circular economy and also decreasing or mitigating the inflation. So that's why we try to see further how the urban agriculture practices in Bandung area, especially in the inner city, it's become the answer or not to the community regarding the whole pressure of the urban dynamic. Okay, the market pressure and also export commercial orientation is getting influencing the whole urban agriculture practices, including the subsistence program that held by the municipality. And that's why at our recent publication with Professor Abdullah in sustainability, shown that the subsistence farmer is getting lower contribution towards the minimum wage of province. It is approximately 14%, or it is approximately $10 to $20 per month, or the Bandung city to 7% contribution into the minimum wage. So I think it is kindly a small level contribution for the daily income and or the daily expense. So I think we think that the urban agriculture have a small contribution for the economic aspect. So we try to go further to the next step into the food insecurity, that the urban agriculture practices has been known that there is no significant effect between before and after the community done the program of urban agriculture practices, because there is no significant effect into the food security or the food insecurity experience between the communities. So, and then next we also determine the nutrition of the community, how the urban agriculture can contribute the nutrition composition of the community. So we can see that the subsistence of the municipality program were highly dominated by the cash crop or vegetable plant. So we can see that it is dominated by the vitamin A supply, but not unbalanced in carbohydrate or protein or something besides the vitamin or mineral that been supplied by the vegetable that dominated planted by the whole subsistence or even the commercial urban agriculture. So we see there is an unbalance in this kind of urban agriculture practices. So in the other publication or on our recent research group, also shown that low contribution to household fulfillment. So the urban agriculture also high dependence on the market, also have a discontinuation of human resource and limited access to land. So it's several problems still need to consider in order to improve the sustainability of the urban agricultural practices in Bandung City. And we can also refer to the new urban agenda that presented by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. They highlighted in 2016 the importance of urban food system as valuable element for sustainable planning, and they highlighted down the limited resources regarding the urbanization and also the urban stability, sustainability perspective. And at the recent new urban agenda illustrated book, so they also updated with the problem of lost biodiversity, which draw a special attention in conserving and protecting biodiversity and urban ecosystem as significant resources for transport, food security, economic prosperity, ecosystem services, and resilience. So it more specific kind that what we face in Bandung City now, that the urban agriculture should be an answer. However, in some cases, we find some unbalance regarding the food security, economic, and also ecosystem services, and also the resilience of the sustainability of the urban agriculture practices. So this is why there is still a question regarding the Bandung urban agriculture practices sustainability. As we know that the urban agriculture is a practice to grow the food in the cities, which become increasingly popular since maybe 5 years. When the people seek sustainable food sources, high concern regarding the environment and also the health. So everybody need to eat sustainable food resource which connect also to the local communities. So this is the answer maybe. When we talk about sustainability, we cannot split it from the agriculture multifunctionality, which think regarding not only the productivity, not only how the agriculture could produce the foods on and fiber, but how the agriculture can produce the collective goods such as knowledge of work, resource utilization, and also agricultural management that time by time or year by year or decade by decade has been hereditary passed to generation by generation and also found in Bandung City. and we call it as a cultural heritage. And this one is important. How can we develop the sustainable agricultural approach for the urban site specific? So the linkage between culture, heritage, and sustainability emphasize the importance of preserving cultural heritage for the future generation. This is why it is important how the youth, the young generation need to reconsider what is our cultural heritage regarding the urban agriculture, regarding our life. So this is one of the INSUA mission statement of our project. So we think that the culture, heritage, and sustainability need to more elaborate regarding to preserve the cultural heritage and the sustainability. The next, we try to trace back the heritage. I suddenly become a historical man. We do some historiography. We find some work at the old time. So before the 18th centuries, Bandung was forest and also swamp dominated. And the old painting at 18th centuries for Harduin said that Bandung, known as Krapyak, our best place for deer hunting. So since the 18th centuries, under the Dutch in these colonies, Bandung also experiencing cultural stelsel, which forced the community or the farmer to produce some exact product like tea, coffee, and cinchona. So at the 18th centuries, the swamp and forests were changed into the plantation of tea, coffee, and cinchona, which now we also still found in Ciwidey or the south of Bandung and also the north of Bandung. And at the 1810, Bandung were officially as Gemeente. It is a local authority or city-like region. I think this is one of the point that the urban agriculture heritage status of Bandung City can be mentioned because it is officially under the Dutch East colonies. Bandung set up as a city-like region, but this one also can be disguised or misperception. So all the heritage was entrapped on the Art Deco building, and also memories of the urban agriculture heritage was also disguised with the Dutch East in this perception. So we need, as the Dr. Luciana said before that, we need to decolonialize what is the real heritage that we can be improved now. There is no freeze heritage, but the heritage is living. The heritage is evolving regarding the whole life or the recent living of the community. So at the 18th century, we also found the document said that the early setup of the Sundanese housing when Aitan came to Bandung. It is the journey from Cianjur, the recent capital city of West Java, that moved then at the 18th century into Bandung. So Aitan said that behind the fence there is a hidden greenery, hidden house behind the greenery. So the scheme or landscape of the home garden of the Sundanese people is recognized at the 18th centuries and also developing in the 1930, where Bandung proposed as Bandung Twin State, not only Bandung Bloomstad, or we know it as Bandung Kota Kembang or the Flower City, but also Bandung Twin State at 1930. Twin, it's mean twin bow, the horticulture, not only the flower or garden, but also vegetable, cash crop and everything. And start is city. So Bandung is a horticulture city or garden city. So it is not, it is already proposed in every single development of the city. And at the 1950, there is also published the guidance for home garden functionality of Bandung city. It is quite specific that said the home garden need to be improved to make sure the people livelihood, something like that. So we just as it is the real heritage of our city, of Bandung city. The traditional home garden can make sure the whole food security and also the income and also the environmental aspect could be covered by this heritage. So we also check this old document that mentioned that the Sundanese housing is having an agricultural landscape in front of their house with the composition of coffee, banana, corn, the pepper, and also we also can find this kind of landscape till now beside the housing form like is continuing to improve right now. So I think the traditional home garden, or we know it as pekarangan, can be proposed as Bandung urban agriculture heritage. So this is make sure that the traditional home garden is the originated from Central Java and spread to the West Java in the middle of 18th centuries, and it is recorded by the UNESCO as intangible cultural heritage, and it is more than maybe 2 decades has been researched by our Center for Environment and also and Sustainability Science, and make sure that the Indonesian home garden or pekarangan is well known that have multiple function, which is agroforestry with the conservation of genetic resource, soil and water, crop production, and socio-cultural relationship predominated in agrobiodiversity. And all Bandung's home garden have a mimicking forest characteristic which shown high diversity, multi-strata with ecological function, socio-cultural and economic function to fulfill the daily needs. So we can see also how the micro material cycling or microcircularity, maybe we can claim it as micro or nano circularity, can be found in the pekarangan, where the whole material and the whole resources can be utilized effectively and efficiently with the whole heritage approach, such as the old fashion of water closet and also the hole for the composting, and how all of the resources can be improved, can be utilized efficiently, and we can see the whole utilization is getting improvement when the old time there is no biogas technology, and now we have a biogas technology and also mega utilization and everything. But the whole principle of the material utilization to make sure the highest utilization of material is can be done by effective and efficiently in the whole pekarangan can be seen here. And also this is the present issue regarding the carbon storage. We can see here the monoculture is can be found in our urban agriculture practices at the commercial and also the municipality program. So we can mix it with the agroforestry approach that can be seen that the home garden have the composition and the diversity of the trees that have ability to as carbon storage and potential to optimize when it's managed, and we can make sure the domestic food security also from the diverse kind of the plantation, or so the cash crop can give us the economic benefit. So it kind like a potential for the climate change mitigation regarding the global issues, and also when we try to escalate the impact, we can see the pekarangan with the agrobiodiversity as urban agriculture heritage can enhance productivity from the local level. The local initiative can be forced, can be convinced they are having contribution into the global issues with the partnership for the goal. So we can start from the smallest level of the household and make sure them have confidence. They are contributing to the global issues such as sustainable development goals through enhanced productivity, local food security with rich nutrition, restore the preserve agrobiodiversity with the ecological services, and make sure the diversity of the trees is planted, and also using less and low external input because no agrochemical use, and the farmer have the autonomy and enhance the resilience of the climate change with the stability and also empowering community cohesion and also the women and youth. And the whole aspect is linked with some of the sustainable development goals that can be seen here. Okay, we also try to make a physical living lab template co-production with EMIC ethic and EMIC approach, and make sure this is the fit composition for the recent land utilization in the city or Bandung city. It is we build this in the inner city at sub-district of Sukajadi, so nearby the toll gate. So we can make sure this is fit with the whole urban living with 200 meters square maximum utilization of garden. And this is the current status, how the plant diversity can be improved. Even it is still average, not high, but it is an improvement. We are still running this for the 6 months. The living lab is still running. So we can see that the insect diversity is high. Besides, the bird and flora is still average, and also the evenness index for the insect, bird, and flora. And the important thing, the biomass, we can see here the avocado, rambutan, and also mango have the major have been chosen as the major plant for the pekarangan or the home garden because its productivity and also the economic aspect. But we can see avocado and rambutan is the more potential for carbon storage, while mango can be harvested maybe 2 or 3 times, so it has an economic benefit higher with the biomass. And also there is also jackfruit and also banana. So this kind of plant that can we put in our home garden and can adapting the urban living, but we still manage the whole adaptation, and we also check the incomes. It can be seen that we need to improve the stability, the cycle of the 3-month cycle where the cash crop is planted and harvested, but in every month we can make sure that it is 4 or 3 times higher than the early municipality program already done. So when the municipality program done, the income is only 10 to 15 US dollar per month. So in this composition, we can increase into 3 or 5 times per month, and also we can have a more stable income. So I think from here we can make sure the diversity, the economic aspect, and also the ecological aspect still can be maintained with the composition of the home garden. So we haven't got any conclusion, so we're still running the whole research, and this is the finding and the challenges, some driving force of how the heritage is lost from the urban agriculture practices in Bandung City. So the enablers have lack of knowledge. I think, yeah, there is an important role of youth or the knowledge transfer from the mother to the son, and how the son or as the young generation can be maintained the knowledge, how it is involved in the household level, and also it can be developed in the home garden, something like that. So some driving force also like a municipality program. I think the municipality also need to reconsider what is needed by the enablers, not only push the program. Some pressure also regarding the land ownership, resource limitation, and economic needs, because the enablers or the farmer, in some occasion, they cannot sold the commodities at the right price. So need a best business plan, our business approach. So we can see from the local initiative and youth initiative regarding some agricultural trading in Bandung also. So the youth role is important to improve the business plans. So not only how to sell, but how to make the innovation in selling, how to make innovation regarding generating revenue, not only from the selling the commodities, but also how to sell the information, how to make the social media improve their acknowledgement. It is important because the whole pressure is getting starting. So we can see the state, the heritage were elaborated. Every enablers know they still manage the heritage, but they are not aware to preserve the heritage, how important the heritage to make sure the sustainability. So they know they already use the knowledge to make traditional composting that more safe and more fertile for the plant, but they cannot preserve this because it's not benefited for economic, and also they are trying to move to the agrochemical and unorganic chemical and everything. So a lot of pressure and make sure that the heritage cannot be preserved by the communities, and lack of supply chain and certainty make the importance of heritage were less felt. And this now what we are going to do. So we need to respond it to improve the knowledge of the urban agriculture enabler in Bandung cities, and prove through the living lab, the physical living lab, the roles of urban agriculture heritage in increasing the certainty, especially the economic benefit and values, and also bring back the heritage to the cities through the collaborative approach of this all of urban agriculture practices. I think this whole finding and challenge is inviting all of you to collaborate with us at the Bandung Urban Agriculture Heritage, the Living Lab. So this is the acknowledgement, the INSUA project that leads by Professor Ukan from the Indonesian team, and also from other university from Germany and Japan, and also Cuba and Brazil. There is Dr. Luciano from Brazil also, and this one, the right side, is our team at the Bandung Urban Agriculture Heritage, the physical living lab. You can all come into our place and we can discuss how to improve this and that. And thank you very much for the Volkswagen Foundation for funding the project. And thank you very much. You can follow our Instagram at Buah the Living Lab. Nyawang masa katukang pikeun neuteub kahareup kubukti nu aya kiwari in the Sundanese, and in the English, learn from the past for sustainable future. Thank you very much from me, and I give it back to Dr. Dino. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gemilang Lara Utama. And just now we just listened very interesting presentation about the urban agricultural heritage in Bandung. And this is very encourage the young generation to understand the history of our surrounding area, right? Well, the next, before we move on to the second speakers, as we listened before, that mango is one of the commodity which has the economic value. So the second material from Dr. Deepak Kumar, he will talk about mango or Mangifera indica waste products, maximizing their value for health benefits and functional food applications. So this is very related from the before presentation. Hello, Dr. Deepak Kumar.
Yes, hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think now we will listen your presentation. Are you ready?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
ready. I will
please.
share my PPT from here and we'll have to
Okay,
have present.
please, time is yours, Dr. Deepak Kumar.
Fine. My PPT is visible to all of you?
Not yet.
Yes. Now you can see my PPT?
Okay, clear.
Yeah, fine. Jai Shri Ram, Har Har Mahadev to all of you. As already have been described about me that what kind of topic I have to have delivered in this today's training program, and this topic will have to have highly impact to the pupils of Indonesia. They have to have belong to the rural and some rural social impact. This lecture will have to have impact to all those peoples who have to have rural and social influence in their personal life or professional life. As already have been described that I will have to have deliver the lecture on the mango best product, maximizing their values for health benefit and functional food application. Yeah, this is about me, and as I already have been described, but again I would like to speak to all of you that anyone is going to be lead to any project, any work, they must have to have be skilled to themselves, stand their performance, and some of the key important point that describe my success. Yeah, I mean to say, if anybody is going to do anything else, they must have to have knowledge of your local language and the subject in which you are going to be performed. Second, leadership, team building, negotiation, and man management capacity must pupils have to have. And other than that, excellent analytical decision making, problem solving capacity must have. And after that, in the last point, the pupils who are leading any kind of work to perform for their professional or personal life, they must have to have friendly nature, handling stress, and result orientation. And again, in the topic directly, how and why mango is important. As already people know that mango is important tree, belong from Acaceae family, that have to have dominantly grown in the tropical area and account more than half of the total global of the major tropical food production worldwide. And
Excuse me,
Indonesia,
Dr. Deepak, excuse me.
Yes.
We cannot see your next slide actually. Could you please like slide show maybe?
Can you share
Because
my slide from your side?
your slide is not move.
Can you share my slide from your side? Because I have submitted already.
Okay, we will try. We will try to share from our side.
Yes, definitely fine. That will be very good to present myself from here. Anyway, again I am sharing from my side, and let me do the needful. Can my slide can be visible to all of you?
We can share from our side now.
Okay.
Oh, wait a moment, please. Okay. Please slide.
Yeah, fine. Very well. Next slide. Yes, fine. Stay. As I already told you that mango is important tree over the world. Not only the world, but it is also important in the previous one. This one slide is important crop, and it is also grown in the Indonesia. The peoples whoever are growing to the mango fruit in their land, this is important because directly indirectly having the socio-economic status impact of the peoples who have to have interest to grow this important fruit crop. But the main point of my lecture is that we are not going to be focused on the mango product, but we are going to be focused on the best product that have to have can receive from the processing unit in which mango fruit have been used to develop different type of fruit product. From that processing operation, there are number of waste product have been generated by the mango fruit industry. For example, mango peels. Mango peels are the important among them that have to have impact in the term of means because that although the best product of the mango fruit like peels, pulp, and seed kernel have to high nutritional capacity and as well as important phytochemical compound. Because of this fruit is very much important, and their product different by product. Waste product can be utilized in terms to improve our human health as well as food, because these are the important. For example, we can see the nutritional and biotic component composition of the mango based product. As I told you that the nutritional component, micronutrient both have been found in the best product of the mango fruit. Micronutrients like vitamin C, as well as in the have found in the product. The biotic in that have the mango product. We we different product mango they have to have to come because you try to set up the very important people who are looking over rather than the main crop to utilize best products in terms to protect the environment as well as sustainability as well as to improve socio-economic status and generate revenue and employment. That's why I have to have targeted this lecture today's training program. And because of the nutritional and bioactive component, it is important to know that how we can generate some revenue, some employment, especially for those people who belong from the rural areas of the Indonesia. They people can have to have a focus, especially the industry people, scientific peoples of the Indonesia can have to have focus on the different best product of the mango. And in the term of mango bioactive based product, bioactive compound, nutritional component, how we can utilize before the utilization of the bioactive component and nutritional component best product, we must have to have need to how we will be extract. It means to say some extraction techniques, identification, quantification techniques are very much important to know about the exact phytochemical compound, their quantity, their concentration. If we can have to have identify, recognize, quantify, then we can utilize to develop some food product. For that purpose, I have to have described briefly about the extraction process. For the extraction of nutritional and phytochemical compound of different best product of mango, they consist in conventional method, novel techniques. Conventional method like reflux is the very much conventional method that have to have important the past time. But recently, people have to have focus on the modern and recent advanced techniques like microwave assisted extraction, pressurized liquid extraction, supercritical fluid extraction, ultrasound assisted extraction. These extraction techniques are important, and the extraction yield and recovery of that phytochemicals, nutritional component are strongly influenced by the different type of factor like time, temperature, extraction, and solvent concentration that have to have utilized for the extraction of these phytochemicals from the best product. The kind of a solvent we people scientific have recently no, it's most important have you from different where that is from the identification method and for chromatography, and after that for detection and identification quantifications. Yes, yes, yes.
Hello, Dr.
Yes.
Kumar. Hello, Dr. Depak. I mean,
Yes.
I think your connection is quite unstable because sometimes we cannot hear clearly your voice. And actually,
Okay, maybe some
your
little bit.
slides
Yes.
is your slide. What number now you explain of your slide?
I'm explaining 9 number slide. Topic number 5, extraction
Number 5.
identification.
Okay, slide number 5. Okay.
Yes.
Topic. Okay. Okay. So okay, we will try to follow your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, yes, yes. After that slide, identification and quantification of different phytochemicals from the mango waste product. Among those, I told you that column chromatography, high performance liquid chromatography have been recognized with the different techniques to identify, quantify. But recent year, ultra high performance liquid chromatography, that abbreviately known as UHPLC, and gas chromatography, mass spectrophotometry, are extensively utilized for the separation, identification, quantification of the phytochemicals belong to the different best product of the mango. However, PLC for the of the particles microbiology at long diameter to 1 side to 6 point he is very much in having and to be think about we now the have been like I don't have you most for in invention these three to life the my disease but being big product like biscuits like product being utilized by product nutrition to chemicals component the chemicals nutritional of the mango global market. They are most used somebody that receive of mango used to buy daily mango. This subscribe food area different food what for the and that that different best of the will have related to the really is habitability and environment have and therefore in the in that I to climate change how what happened in different back and that and the system of the how it have been by my my to if to have in maintain hand they have include can or friend I tell in about the I do them and describe every for if but product you to the food and that product and diabetes to count for of food that count to practically provide to form the role of ingredient after by the perform food you have and on the body and to have for have response for the and can sell or to the that disease down in income the food can you to target
Hello?
some yes.
Hello, Dr. Depak.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Could,
Can
could
you
you
hear
hear
me?
my voice clearly? Could you hear my voice now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I can
May we
hear you.
know which
Yeah.
slide you explain about now?
6. Slide number 6.
Okay, slide number 6, right?
6. Yes. Major biological activities
Okay, actually,
of human health.
could you see our screen?
Yes. I can
Okay.
see.
Okay.
After this.
Okay,
Slide
after
after
this,
this.
please. So I think you can say next to the operator to move the next slide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay, next slide, please.
Definitely.
Next.
Definitely.
Next slide. Next. This one. Hello, Dr. Depak.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You can continue.
This is fine. Yeah. After. Yes. As I told you that very much important among those all phytochemical component of different waste product of mango, single compound is mangiferin. Mangiferin is single important compound that have to have capacity to perform the role of as a anti-diabetic agent, anti-cancerous agent, anti-inflammatory agent. If the different extract of the best product of the mango containing mangiferin have been utilized to develop any kind of food product, if that kind of food product have been consumed by humans, then I'm damn sure that human being have that causing you and to hit the role in the and the ticket and is an imitative to say banking for don't play or post to the bit I care the right. Yes. And order can I check we the go productivity and so have more no that have you but the process of also minimize the loss is a big challenge for teachers. Have to utilize we utilize the game to make and is unstable that but is my temperature I am need and to be and is of their it need that my need by added to reach for in covered that as no is in by that country yeah, another point that best been used to must be to that love access to and the not in the, as least not there are opportunities to research can
You hear my voice?
at least yes, yes, at the local level. These are the end of
Hello?
my lecture, and after that, yes. Can you
Hello,
hear me?
hello, Dr. Depak. Excuse
Yeah.
me.
Next
Actually,
slide, please.
I think the time is almost over. It's over now.
Yeah, yeah, fine, fine, fine. My slide is over, and any queries, people can write me mail. I am always ready.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
To respond to your queries.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Deepak Kumar, for your insightful presentation about how to
Welcome, ma'am.
maximize the value of peel and seed kernel of mango for health benefit and functional food applications. And before we continue to the next speaker, I will remind you, if you have any questions to our speakers, you can use the link in the chat box. Yeah, please, you can ask the question, use the link, and we will move to the third speaker, Professor Cristino L. Tiburan. Are you here with us now?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, hello. Okay. You will talk about bioproduction system in the Philippines and the potential role of youth in ensuring sustainability and environmental integrity, the case of the Pasajan, Lumban, and Baroro watersheds, right? Okay,
Yes.
please, time and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen. Is my screen okay, or is it in the presenter mode?
Yes, clear. We can see your screen.
Okay. Okay, so I changed a bit the title of the presentation for today. And again, good afternoon, everyone. It's been raining hard here in the Philippines now since this morning, so I'm also a little bit worried that my audio or connection will be affected. Nevertheless, first of all, I am very delighted to be part of this symposium, and my sincerest gratitude to the ICYES 2023 committee for inviting me to be one of the speakers today. So in this regard, I am also very happy to share you this topic on the bioproduction systems in the Philippines under a changing landscape. The case of Pagsanhan Lumban watersheds, Pagsanhan Lumban and Baroro watersheds. Now,
Excuse
I will
me.
all.
Could you please share the full screen mode?
So
Because
it's
now
in.
we see like two presentation.
Yeah, you're seeing
Yeah.
the.
Okay. Yes, this one is better.
Okay. Okay, so. So towards the end of the presentation, I'll also be talking about some of the potential roles of the youth in bioproduction systems. And by the way, I'm Cristino Tiburan Jr. I'm a researcher and a professor as well at the College of Forestry and Natural Resources here at UP Los Baños. Again, good afternoon to everyone. To give you an overview first of the bioproduction system in the country, I would like to provide some quick statistics about agriculture in the Philippines. And based on the share of various sectors to the gross domestic product or GDP of the country, the agricultural sector only accounts for about 9.55% of the GDP in 2022. So you can see that this is a bit lower during the pandemic period, which is around 10%. Now, in terms of the country's demographics, the estimated population today of the country is about 117.3 million individuals, with a 1.54% growth rate from last year. It also ranked 13 among the countries with the highest population worldwide, but I think India and Indonesia are in the higher ranks. And also there has been an increase of about 24% in the population of the country from 2010 to 2023. Furthermore, our population living below the poverty line in 2021 has reached around 18.1% already. Now, as for the agricultural areas in the country, the latest land cover map as of 2020 from the National Mapping Agency estimated that around 12.5 million hectares, or around 42% of the total land area of the country, is classified as cropland areas. Now, the regions with the largest areas in Luzon are regions 2 and region 5, while in the Visayas area, it's region 6 and region 8. And then for the Mindanao area, it's region 10 and region 12. As for the breakdown of cropland areas in the country, we normally classify them as annual and perennial crops. And it can be observed here that perennial crops are a little bit higher than the annual crops in terms of their area. Most of the perennial crops are also found in the Visayas region, meaning in the central of the Philippines, while the annual crops are mostly found in the northern part of the country. Now, major agricultural commodities in the country include rice, corn, sugarcane, coconut, and vegetables. But still, the predominant crop in the country is on rice. There are also organic farms in the country. However, they are still not that many and occupy only a small portion of the cropland areas. Based on the latest data from the Department of Agriculture, National Organic Agriculture Program, there are only about 171 PGS certified farmer members, covering only around 159 hectares in total, across the country already. And this data is taken as of October 31 of 2023. Now, there are several problems or challenges that our agricultural sector is currently facing. And these changes in climate, demography, and land cover further challenge our sustainable food production and resiliency building. But through climate resilient bioproduction system combinations, we know that this is a way forward. And understanding the interactions between the human and natural systems is very essential in devising solutions for a sustainable future. Now, this led to the development of this project entitled Integration of Traditional and Modern Bioproduction Systems for a Sustainable and Resilient Future under Climate and Ecosystem Changes, or we call it the IT Move project. And this is also presented this morning by Saito Sensei, since this particular project is being implemented in 3 countries, including Japan, Indonesia, and the Philippines. So in our country, this is the framework that we have adopted in the implementation of the project. This particular framework identifies the different bioproduction systems in the area and understands their dynamics together with the changes in the climate, in the landscape, and in terms of its population. Now, impacts of this BPS or bioproduction system are also assessed in terms of their ecosystem services. And these are being estimated both for the current and future scenarios. The result of the assessment would lead to identifying food security options, building capacities for the different stakeholders, and improving even the governance in the area. All of these are to be achieved through the ridge to reef and participatory approaches, which involve co-learning, co-development, co-management, and commitment. Now, in the Philippines, the bioproduction systems are mainly based on the main crop or dominant biodiversity in the landscape. And for this particular project, the IT Move, it pertains to agriculture and forestry that contribute to the production of ecosystem services for human well-being. So there are 3 bioproduction systems that we use in this particular project. The traditional, this one pertains to the application of ancient or age-old farming methods and with little or no external inputs. A good example of this are the rice terraces in our country. Modern bioproduction system, on the other hand, puts more emphasis on high productivity or yield, capital gain, input intensity, and crop consistency. Usually, this can be mostly observed in the lowland areas along the central part of the northern part of the country. Lastly, the mixed bioproduction system combines the 2 approaches, and mostly this can be observed in the implementation of various agroforestry programs in the country. And for this particular project, we have identified 2 sites. One is the Pagsanhan Lumban Watershed, or the PLW, located at the southern part of Metro Manila, about 2 hours ride from Metro Manila. And the Baroro Watershed, which is situated in the northern part of the country. So it would take around 10 hours from the central, from Metro Manila. And Pagsanhan Lumban covers an area of about 41,000 hectares, spanning across 8 municipalities in 2 provinces. It also drains into the largest lake of the country, which is the Laguna de Bay Lake. Meanwhile, the Baroro watershed has an area of about 19,000 hectares, which covers 4 municipalities and 1 city in the province of La Union. This particular watershed is a primary water source for both irrigation and domestic use. Now, there are several work packages under this project. I think this was elaborated or enlisted by Saito Sensei this morning. But what I will be highlighting only here are the work packages focusing on land cover mapping and ecosystem services modeling. Now, these are the land cover maps for the first site, the Pagsanhan Lumban watershed from 2000 to 2020. And based on the analysis of the land cover, there's a net decrease both in the coconut production areas and in the rice production areas in this watershed. However, there's a net increase in the shrubland areas of about 28%, or about 1,900 hectares. Now, the decline in the rice-based bioproduction system and the abandonment of the coconut-based bioproduction system in these areas were mainly triggered by other opportunities, because due to urban growth and higher income generation from other sources. So if you look at here also, there were also interviews conducted to selected stakeholders. So in terms of the perceived changes in the land use and land cover in the area, here are some of the potential reasons, threats, or drivers that led to the decline in forest, in the coconut-based and rice-based bioproduction areas. For instance, the decrease in forest, some of the reasons are due to conversion into agricultural and residential areas, influx of upland communities, rampant selling of forest land rights, and because of other extractive activities like illegal logging and charcoal making. However, others also, those that were interviewed, others said that there is also an increase in terms of forest cover in some areas due to the existing reforestation program of the government. And as for the vegetables and perennial crops, it is perceived that the areas here also increased over the years. So that's for the Pagsanhan Lumban. In terms of the Baroro watershed, these are the land cover maps that have been generated using the same period from 2000 to 2020. Some of the significant trends include the net increases in shrublands and built-up areas of about 7%, and there's a great increase in the built-up areas of about 93%, respectively. Some of the reasons for these increases include forest degradation, an increase in population, and expansion of the urban area, since partly this is very adjacent to a particular city in the province of La Union. On the contrary, there's a net decrease in the forest cover, and mostly this is attributed also to urban development, kaingin in the areas, and even due to the increase in the production of other high-value crops. So now, similarly, there were interviews that were made in the Baroro watershed, and forest, grassland, and rice-based areas are deemed to have decreased, no, over the past 3 decades, no, insofar as the interviewee recalled, no, these particular decreases. Now, some of the reasons leading to this decline include as well the kaingin activities in the area, urban development, conversion of farmlands into residential areas, among many others. Meanwhile, built-up areas, vegetable areas, and also areas planted with this particular species, now the tiger grass, have increased over time. And this tiger grass was mainly used to create brooms, no, that were being sold in various cities near this particular area. And this is also the one that triggered, no, the increase in the areas covered by this particular species of grass. Now, using the generated land cover maps for the 2 sites, the ecosystem services in these areas were also modeled, no, including the annual water yield, no, the sediment retention, and the carbon stock, no, in the area using the INVEST model. So it's an open source software wherein you can conduct different types of modeling for different types of ecosystem services. So for this study, we covered 3. No, actually, they're planning to expand further to seasonal water yield, apart from estimating the annual water yield. No? And based on the results of the analysis, now particularly in the 2020 period, for the Baroro watershed, we're looking at carbon and sediment retention decreased, while the annual water yield, no, has increased. And for the Pagsanhan Lumban watershed, it's the other way around. No? It can be observed that there's an increase in the carbon and the sediment, while there's a decrease in the annual water yield. So they have a different scenario there, no? In terms of the outputs of the latest land cover map in estimating the ecosystem services in the area. And again, there were interviews made to know some of the perceived changes, no, in the last 5 to 10 years in the area. And this included the microclimate, the forest resources, water supply, and soil erosion. For instance, for water supply, like here, no, if you look at the for water supply, there is a decrease, no, in the supply, and causes are due to deforestation, increased extraction, no, due to growing population, flooding, no, in the area, among many others. So these are the drivers of change that led to the decrease in the water supply in the area. So similarly, if you look at the other elements or resources or ecosystem services, no, it would tell you some of the reasons why this particular change, no, happened over the years. For the Baroro watershed, this is the perceived changes, no, in the last 5 to 10 years. It similarly, no, it's the perceived changes are of similar to the previous site, no. Like here again, if you look at the forest resources, there's a decrease, no, in majority of the areas, and these are due to kaingin, logging, and development. But on the other hand, there is also one part of the watershed covering this particular area that they said that there's an increase because there's an existing reforestation project there of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources that really builds on replanting and conducting reforestation efforts in the area. They call this one as the National Greening Program. And this is being being implemented by the national government. Now, amid the different challenges, problems, and issues that are being faced by local stakeholders in our bioproduction system, the youth holds an essential part in addressing some of these challenges. Young Filipinos, probably the same manner in your own country, are increasingly less interested, no, in agriculture industry. This is partly due to farmers, no, being underpaid and underappreciated. No? However, there are several areas that can be tapped for our youth, and these are the potential roles that our youth may play in ensuring sustainability and environmental integrity of our bioproduction system. So just to describe a bit of these 9 areas where our youth can potentially be can take a role, no? First is in innovation and technology adoption. Youth are often more adept at adapting new technologies. No, they can contribute to the development and implementation of innovative farming techniques, no, precision agriculture, and the use of advanced machinery and equipment. As for the research and development, engage the youth in research activities to improve, let's say, crop varieties, enhance disease resistance, and optimize cultivation practices such as the use of genetic engineering and biotechnology. Entrepreneurship in agribusiness, no, encourage the youth to take up entrepreneurship, no, including production, processing, marketing of bio-based products. The next one is sustainable practices. No? Youth involvement can help shift towards more environmentally friendly and resource efficient production methods such as organic farming, agroecology, and permaculture. In education and extension services, no, youth can act as an intermediaries, no, in disseminating information on best practices, new technologies, and government schemes related to bioproduction. And then there's also this youth-led cooperatives. Now, these cooperatives can pool resources, share knowledge, and collectively, engage in sustainable bioproduction activities. Climate smart agriculture, encourage our youth to be involved in implementing practices that enhance resilience to climate change, such as water efficient irrigation, drought-resistant crop varieties, and carbon sequestration, among many others. And then for the advocacy of sustainable policies, youth can play a role in raising awareness about the importance of biodiversity, soil health, and sustainable water management. And lastly, on skill development, to hone the skills of our youth related to modern agriculture, including data analysis, precision farming, and the use of information and communication technologies, or the ICT. So I think these are potential areas where the youth can play an active role, in ensuring sustainability in our bioproduction systems. They don't need to be just farmers in the future, but engage in other areas where their talents, their knowledge can be tapped and be used to improve the BPS, the bioproduction system in our respective countries. So I think my presentation ends up here, and this particular project is still ongoing. We hope to complete this one by next year. Now, I think together with Indonesia and Japan, I think the target will be next year. And again, thank you very much for this opportunity, and a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. Thank you. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Cristino Alciburan. Now we have come to the Q&A session, and I will ask the operator, have we collect some questions from the link? Or maybe participant will ask directly via chat box. Okay. Okay, one of our participants want to ask directly. You can ask by chat box, I think. You can write it. Or you want to open mic? It's okay. You can type on the chat box, Meli Puspitasari. Oh, okay. You can ask directly, please.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. It was so amazing for me. So I have a question actually related to both Gogoro and also the other one. I see that in the data, so as actually there is the human population or population growth actually always become the reason, right, of the land changes. So the question is maybe two kind of question. First, how can we make sure that the system actually work consistently? Why? Because we can deny if human population is the hardest thing we can what we can handle, right? Because it's always increasing over the time. So can you explain to us how the system actually can work consistently? And also the second question is how this bioproduction system is actually will overcome the land changes of human population caused by. Okay, can you get my point, sir? Thank you. Yes.
Okay, Meli Puspita. So you asked directly to Dr. Kristana Tiburan, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Can you repeat the second question?
The first question is how you can make sure actually to us this system will work consistently related to human population. It's always increase over time, right? And also
Yes.
the second question is bioproduction system will overcome our problem related to land changes and about the human population causes by. Maybe that's the question,
Okay.
sir. Yes.
For the first question, I think we all know that our population will continue to grow, no? Not only geometrically but exponentially, no, over the next few decades or the next coming years. But I think the best way to address no issues governing, let's say, problems on population growth is to really identify areas that could be allocated or used for human settlements, or could be used for residential areas and other areas where population can be concentrated. In that way, in terms of planning, we make sure that these communities are in the right areas, away from like danger, and also not affecting our other areas that are being utilized for other purposes like the bioproduction systems or our agricultural areas. Because I think one of the problems now here in the Philippines is that most of the agricultural areas here are being converted into residential areas or into subdivisions. So that's one problem, I think. And majority of the prime lands allocated for agriculture are being affected already. And that's why we are also pushing for a national land use act, in the Philippines, so that proper zoning can be done, so that we can properly identify which areas are for agriculture and which areas can be utilized by our population. Now, for the second question, I'm not so clear, but I think it will not. You're saying that that towards the no, I mean, as we continue moving forward, will the bioproduction system answer the problem of of the population? Is it something like that? I think it will help, but it will not totally be. I mean, it will not be the only factor that would address problems addressing population growth, because there are a number of sectors that we need to consider. But I think with the proper awareness, with the proper training to our population, this can address, especially in terms of livelihoods, in the rural areas. This is one way of uplifting the standard of living of these communities or of these people living there. So I hope I answered your question. Thank you very much for that one, Miss Melly. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir, for the answer.
Very much, Dr. Krishna Chiburan and also Meli Puspitasari for your questions. And how about the from link? Okay, I will try for Professor Cristino also. What is the challenge of bioproduction model sustainability in Philippines and why? And for the second also for you, how do you quantify climate change data and what parameters do you use to quantify the data? Please, Dr. Cristino.
So thank you very much. Now, for the first question, I think since I'll focus on the project now, because in the project we're looking at the best combination now of modern and traditional bioproduction system, or the use of mixed bioproduction system. And if we try to model their effect or their impact into the ecosystem services, that's one big problem. Because now, if you want to, let's say, if you want to convert everything to modern, but your ecosystem services will be highly affected, then it's not the best. No, it's the most sustainable type of bioproduction system that can be implemented in the area. So the project, no, towards the end, will try to find some good mix, no, trade-offs between which best combinations can be done, so that the ecosystem services, no, in terms of the ecosystem services, will be, let's say, more positive, no, will be also be better, no, as compared to just, let's say, purely modern or purely traditional, something like that. No, I think that's one challenge that we need to address in the project that we have. No, it's looking into the best combinations of these different BPS. As for the second, how do you quantify climate change data? We're using data produced by IPCC, no, for the climate change data, and we're using various parameters, no, parameters like rainfall, temperature, that were outputs of the IPCC works. We use that to look into its effect, no, on the ecosystem services, especially in future scenarios like 2030 and 2050. I hope I addressed the questions of Miss Anna. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Cristiano Tibono, for your answer. And we will move to the next question for Dr. Deepak. Hello, Dr. Deepak, are you here? Still here? Hello, Dr. Deepak, are you still here? Hello? Dr. Deepak, are you still here? There is one question for you. Or we can continue move to the question for Dr. Gilang. Okay, I think Dr. Deepak has left. Okay, I will read the question for Dr. Gilang. What is the role of youth generation for urban farming in Bandung? Please, Dr. Gilang, you can answer this question.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dina Octavia. And I think the role of young generation in urban farming in Bandung City is very important, because nowadays we have some kind of municipality program called Buruan Saya. It is outside the initiative of local and also youth initiative in urban agriculture practices in Bandung. So we compared these two kind of initiative, which one is from the municipality program and the one is from the youth initiative coming from bottom, some kind like that. So I think the role in this, the youth initiative is more sustained, and it is year by year developing. But when we call we see the phenomena in the municipality program, which is dominated by the elder, the people that already retired, and we can see the sustainability is not because they're passionate regarding to the urban agricultural practices, regarding the environmental concern, how they need to preserve the environment, how they need to sustain their life. But they need to sustain their life because it is the end of part of their life. we call it because mostly 60 to 80% of municipality program of urban agriculture is dominated by the elder, the seniors. It is with the age more than 50 years, and also dominated by the women. So the young generation is having more powerful, and also have some kind initiative that kind of different approach regarding the business models. We've seen some kind like social media innovation, and also eco education innovation. So it can make sure another revenue possibilities that can increase the economic benefit of the urban agricultural practices in Bandung area, which is not found at the local municipality program, which is also occur but not so hype in the city. The youth approach is kind of different, and when we call it the Gen Z, and also the young generation is more having an interest into the social media and everything. So this approach is potential to improve, potential to approach to make sure that the urban agricultural practices can be answered by the innovation of the young generation in Bandung city. And I think the interesting one is how we can make the ecological literacy community. It is also how we can answer the question from Melly. The population cannot be controlled, maybe. When we control it, sometimes we also make an anomaly, like something like that. So in some places we have some depopulation, and it's kind of hard to cultivate land because the urbanization, no one want to live at the village, some kind like that. So the population is getting grow, but the important thing how we make the society is more ecological literacy. So they ecological literate, so they can think how is important for their livelihood, how to manage the resource around them, and how to improve the bioproduction system, and also how they manage the knowledge, their knowledge by the heritage they passing by the ancestor, how it mix with the modern life to improve their life and make sure the sustainability of their life. I think it is the important thing how the young generation can improve the literacy of the recent community. Thank you. Another question?
Okay, I think the last one for Dr. Gilang. Who are the stakeholders involved in urban farming in Bandung, and what are the contributing? What I think it is editable, right? Wait. Okay, what are their contribution to implementing urban farming? So the contribution, who are the stakeholders and contribution?
Okay. Who are the stakeholder? All the parties, actually, all the parties, majorly from the government. The local government is having a good program, I think. We call it Buruan Sai. And the provincial government also, the Agency of Food Security and from the provincial have the program of home garden pekarangan pangan lestari, which mix with Buruan Saya. Bandung is one of the successful municipality that improving their unutilized land into productive land with the urban agriculture. It is also supported by the business people. We having connection with hotel, restaurant, and also cafe in Bandung. So the whole parties in Bandung, including business, government, and also academician, is involved in this program in the urban agriculture. It is make Bandung as one of the successful municipality in improving their unutilized land into urban agriculture. But as we say that, maybe at the second question, how it contribute the family food security at the subsistence level, I think is enough, but there is some obstacle regarding the program because the program is running by the group, not only the household. So we try to take it back to the household level, the family level. How can it improve us economic income at livelihood at the household level, not in the group, but how to make sure this program is more feasible for the whole group and also the family level, because at our last publication said still low contribution for the income, still low contribution for the nutrition, still not significant effect to the food security experience, something like that. So we need to take it lower and reconsider how we approach the urban agriculture practices in Bandung, how we improve it with the heritage approach, with diversity, and also the home garden improvement, so we can increase the revenue, the economic benefit, and also the social benefit, and make sure when we talk about the global issues now, the carbon trade and everything, so when we take it as the recent approach to mitigate the climate change, it can also answer the whole global issue. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Gilang. Actually, we are glad to receive many questions from participants and from audience. However, our time is very limited now. So now we have reached to the end of this session actually. So we would like to thank Dr. Gemilang Lara Utama and also Dr. Deepak Kumar Verma and also Dr. Christino L. Ciburan for your great presentation, insightful material, and kindly share your research and sharing your experience. Thank you very much for your kind participation in our international colloquium today. So I think I should end this session. Thank you very much for all, and see you for the next collaboration. And for the next agenda, I will bring back to the MC. Thank you, Dr. Christino Ciburan.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, have a nice day.
Thank you very much to our speaker and our moderator for facilitating the panel amazingly. And to show our gratitude, I would like to welcome Professor Parikesit as the head of PUI PT Chess, Pajajaran University, to pass the certificate of appreciation to our speaker first.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear prominent speakers of this second plenary session, on behalf of the rector, allow me to present this certificate of appreciation, and the first certificate will be delivered to Dr. Gemilang Lara Utama. Thank you very much, Dr. Gilang. And the next certificate of appreciation will be given to Dr. Deepak Kumar Verma. Thank you very much for your great contribution in this international colloquium. And the next certificate of appreciation is given to Professor Cristino Tiburan. Thank you very much, Professor Cristino. And of course, last but not least, this certificate of appreciation is presented to Dr. Dina Octavia. Thank you very much to all, and see you again next time. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Parikesit. Now let us take picture together. To all participants, please turn on your camera. All right, are you ready? Smile, and 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much for your participation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a productive and inspiring time together today, and I hope you found this conference informative and helpful. And now I would like to invite Professor Parikesit, MSc PhD, as head of the PUPT Chess Unpad, to deliver his closing remark. To Professor Parikesit, please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Putih. Prominent speakers, presenter, and also dear participants, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank and appreciate your great contribution and insightful presentation in this international colloquium. And I hope that we can further our collaboration in the near future, and also we can meet again in the similar event in the next 2 years. Thank you very much, and I close this colloquium officially by saying Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much.
Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Thank you very much, Professor Parikesit. And before we close this conference session, let me conclude this event on behalf of the committee by thanking you once again to the Honorable Professor Dr. Ira Irawati as the Vice Dean of Graduate School Unpad, the Honorable Professor Parikesit, MSc PhD, as the head of PUPT Chess, the Honorable Keynote Speaker Dr. Andes Herman Suryatman, MSI, as the Regent of Sumedang Regency West Java, Indonesia, the honorable invited speakers, Professor Arif Ansari Yusuf, Dr. Osamu Saito, Dr. Luciana Fukimoto Itikawa, Dr. Gemilang Lara Utama, Dr. Dipa Kumar Verma, and Dr. Kristino L. Tiburan GR. And last but not least, the Honorable Mr. Kevin Muhammad Lukman and Dr. Dina Octaviani as moderator. And thank you to all participants to joining today's hybrid conference, the International Colloquium on Youth, Environment, and Sustainability 2023, the future of the production system in globalized world. At Zoom and live in Graduate School Building, Universitas Pajajaran, Bandung. We all hope you have been enjoying yourself at the conference so far. Let us be guided by all the things we learned and heard throughout the conference and be able to see the influence to our future. And now we will do the next agenda, the parallel session. You could access the break room as guided on the screen after this would be shared. And participants do not have to come back to this main room after the parallel session finishes. And ladies and gentlemen, from the deepest of my heart, I do apologize for my mistake in presenting this event. I'm Dwi Putri Handayani signing off. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Please stay safe and healthy, and I hope you enjoy the parallel session. Goodbye and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.